Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. We will go ahead and get started. I will set up my screen. I will start sharing my screen, and then we'll go ahead and launch the day two of the conference. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope all of you enjoyed the first day of the conference. And today I will kick it off. I will take maybe a few minutes to get started, and then I will hand it over to our first panelist for the fireside chat. So thanks for coming back. And let's go over where we are in the conference right now. We started the day yesterday with understanding how LLMs actually reason and plan. So the session led by Sam, it was about how do large language models reason, how do they plan, and really all of those issues around that reasoning and planning, what goes on inside the mind of an AI agent. The next session was about context. And as I was there along with Bob, Emil, Talat, and Jerry. And then what we discussed there was that while large language models, they are incredibly powerful. They have a very good understanding of um, the knowledge component of the language component of uh, agentic behavior. But when it comes to the knowledge part of it, context is relevant, right? So if you go and ask a large language model about something that is more relevant that they did not see during the training process, the large language models might not know something that happened, um, anything that happened between the time they were trained and today, right? So and then for that purpose, you need to give these large language models some context. And in addition to that, there is some proprietary data. There is it's your organization's a specific context, maybe your personal specific context. The large language models may not know that. And for that, we need to have these retrieval systems. And there is this broad notion of what we call retrieval augmented generation. And it depends upon who you ask. When people, there was this, I think we were joking during the panel, I mean, RAG is dead, right? So RAG is not dead, right? So RAG is, people think that when they say RAG is dead, they talk about the naive RAG, right? So basically one retrieval call and one generation call. But modern retrieval systems, they have also become agentic, and then the overall infrastructure that we build, it actually involves not just one retrieval system. We have multiple retrieval systems, and then we go back and forth and try to reason until we get to a correct answer, right? So that's the nature of things. And we also talked about some of the challenges around structured data. For instance, LLMs are notoriously bad at doing math or maybe dealing with structured data. How do you deal with that kind of data? So we discussed those kind of things, and then we moved on to our third panel. Now that we know that LLMs are incredibly powerful, and then the context gathering is also incredibly powerful, how do we design agents that are trustworthy? And trustworthy it's a fairly broad term. How do we know what they are doing? What we call observability. Do we log every activity that my LLM agent made this function call to a GPT-4o? It consumed this many tokens, and then it made a function. It made a call to a vector database. In all of that, am I aware of what activity my agent is involved in? Is there any supervision and monitoring of my agent or not? And then an extension of this discussion was, how do we measure the performance of an agent or an agentic system? And finally, in the last session, we had this we had this tutorial by Hannah and Anurag from Amazon Web Services. They work for the Gen AI Bedrock team. They actually gave us how do you build agents in AWS. So that is what happened yesterday. And today, we will get started with one of my two personal favorite people on the internet. Luis, we'll start with Luis and Josh. And then once Luis and Josh are done, we'll go to a tutorial by Hamza Farouk. He will talk about, he and Ali, both of them, they are going to talk about how to create vertical specific AI agents. Then we have another session where we'll talk about, how do we see the future of agentic AI? And then we'll close the conference in the end with a tutorial by Paige from Google DeepMind, and she's going to walk us through how does Google DeepMind AI stack look like. So the next session it is going to be with Luis and Josh. We'll get started shortly. I think I don't need to introduce both of them. I think if you are here, if you have, if you follow any content, I mean, if you are a learner in data science, if you have been following content in AI and machine learning, these two names are probably the most prominent names out there as educators. As I said, my personal favorites, both of them. They have made it very easy for people to follow and understand some of the nuances of math and machine learning and AI. Okay. And without further ado, I will have Luis and Josh. They should be joining us.
Hello.
Right. And Josh is here and Luis is here. Great to see you both.
Hi, happy to see you, Raja. Thank you for the invitation.
Happy to see you, right? So
you're also one of my favorite people on the internet.
Yeah, thank you. You're very
and in the world. Right? So thank you.
You're very kind. Okay. So then Luis and Josh, over to you. Go ahead and I will get out of your way.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Hello, thank you very much. Over. So happy to be here. Hi, Josh.
Hey, Louis, it's good to see you.
Good to see you. We have all this recurring chats and about AI and all things. So yeah, thanks everybody for being here. Thank you, Rajan and Data Science Dojo for the invitation. We're very happy with we had a great time attending the talks yesterday, and very excited about today. And always happy to be here with my friend Josh Starmer, who has an amazing YouTube channel called StatQuest, and two books called the StatQuest Illustrated Guide for AI and for Neural Networks, right?
You got it. And Louis, you've got a book too.
Yes, Grokking Machine Learning. So I like the title of the session, Groking Meets BAM. Very creative.
I love
it. Yeah, so I think today's going to be pretty free flow. We can take a lot of questions. We can talk a bit about agents. We can talk about LLMs. We like to talk about LLMs, reinforcement learning, everything. But we'd love to hear from the crowd. Where is the main place for questions? Is it going to be the YouTube one or the LinkedIn one?
It is in the Q&A. Luis, can you see it or not?
In the Q&A. Oh, in the Q&A. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. And if you, I mean, I don't want to photobomb here, right? So but I will be here if you need me. I will be.
Oh, no, please. I'd love to talk to you. Let me see, because I see a lot of questions on YouTube as well. I see a lot of people saying BAM,
and the
double
YouTube
BAM.
questions will route them here.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So just so you can just focus on the Q&A side of it.
So can I give you a little anecdote about something that's a little embarrassing?
Okay, let's see.
It wasn't that long ago that Louis and I were both in Switzerland, and we were at a conference, and I was on a panel on agentic AI, and for some reason they decided that they wanted to start with me to talk about, like, give us an example of agentic AI. And I gave the example of RAG, and which I think is legit. It's like the most basic, most fundamental type of agentic AI. But as soon as I said that, this guy, I can't remember his name, he looks at me and he goes, "That is not agentic." And I felt so ashamed and embarrassed for the. I don't think I said anything, and for the rest of the panel discussion. But I think that's I mean, I'm going to be honest. Now that we're here, we're going to start with that. Is like, Louis, is that agentic AI? Do you agree with me, or is
Well, yeah, to me that's pretty agentic AI.
hey, good?
I don't know. Was there a follow-up to the question you got, or was it just like that's it, or was
That
was
was
there like this is what agentic?
well.
Because I would just ask them back.
And immediately they went into like incredibly elaborate and super complicated agentic AIs, and those are very cool, and we can talk about those as well. Um, but I thought like if anyone's seen my videos, you like to know that I try to use like the simplest example rather than the most
Yeah.
complicated example, because it's easy to wrap my brain around a simple example and sometimes very hard for me to understand a really complicated one. And I feel like it's a great foundation. Like if you can understand that, then it's a real small step to understanding the more complicated models.
Yeah, exactly the same thing for me. I feel like I try to understand the most basic agent, and to me, the most basic agent is RAG,
Yeah.
right? Because it's the first time the LLM starts doing an extra thing that's not just talking. Like it goes, oh, I'm gonna make one Google search. That's an agent, right? That's like doing stuff, right? Another one that I like is the calculator, right? Like if you ask an LLM, how much is 5 plus 7? Well, 5 plus 7 appears a lot in the internet. So like, I'm sure it can figure out from the words that it's 12. But if you say 5.1 through 3 plus 7 point, you can easily come up with an equation that no human has ever thought about if you put enough numbers on it, right? And a simple one. And I don't know if from just words and guessing the next word, an LLM can add. Maybe it can, but just from seeing words appearing next to the other word, I don't know if you can figure out the concept of addition.
I feel like that's a perfect opportunity to hallucinate in a bad way.
Oh, we can go. Yes. So instead of hallucinating an answer myself, I'm just gonna say, yeah, like I feel like the model will go crazy, right? So if it instead just opens the calculator, does the thing, and comes back with an answer, I don't think you can top that. Like I don't think we can have technology that makes that better, right?
I think the answer is BAM.
BAM, yes. The answer is you press the bottom of the calculator, bam, you get the answer. So a calculator is another agent, right?
Love
and
it.
I feel like we can get more. So that's how I wrap my head around agents. And then I just imagine more stuff. But one thing I actually like to think of is, I think all of technology always makes the same entrance, or most of technology, at least. I don't know, the internet, like we were around when the internet started. Maybe not everybody here, but what was the internet first? The internet was information in, information out. You couldn't do anything with it. You would ask, like you would not ask, like you would just look at a page, read the information, maybe learn something and go do it, but it wouldn't do anything. And I would find it ridiculous if somebody tells me that I'm going to make a bank transaction using the internet back when the internet, when it was Alta Vista, and when you would have to log in with the phone, and it made some noise and stuff. Like you tell me I'm gonna make a bank transaction on that thing, I'd be like, I'm never putting my money there. But now it's common, right? Like now the internet is for talking and for doing. So it went from information in, information out to doing stuff, right? And then 10 years ago, AI started rising. It was predictive AI, right?
Yeah.
And it was also information. Like it would tell you, from this data set, I think the price of your house is that, or from this data set, this is spam or not. Like it was just information. And then it started actually doing stuff, right? And the same thing happens with generative AI. You can't escape that, and you shouldn't, because it's very positive. Like you go from the LLMs just talking to you to like actually doing stuff, opening an API, making an API call, opening an app, opening your calendar, doing things, sending an email, even if it's for just information. Like even if you ask it to type a response, an agent can do that because it has it checks it, it goes searches, and then you come in with multi-agents, right? Like if 5 people want to write a blog post, well, one is the director, the other one the researcher that goes and finds stuff, the other one the writer, the other one the proofreader, etc., etc. So it just comes up pretty naturally.
Yeah.
That you go from information to doing to like sort of multi doing. Yeah, that's pretty much how I like to see it.
I love it. I think it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Because I was worried that my example would be too simple and everyone would be like, no, that's not agentic AI. I've since wised up a little bit, and I've got some examples that I think are pretty cool. I've got a friend that I've known since I was probably 14 years old. And he's always starting up companies. Like once every 6 months, he's got a new company, and he's got this new company called Devra Analytics. And he's got 2 products that I think are super cool and are great examples of sort of more complicated agentic AI. And one is, so he's got the Devra Analytics or Devra Analyst. What it does is you give it a data file, any kind of data, and what it does is it looks at the column names and the column data types, and based on those, it can kind of guess as to types of graphs and charts it could generate based on that. It also guesses sort of if there's missing data, sort of what to do about that. And it basically, because I learned all these cool algorithms for dealing with data, but 80% of the time, what I was doing is just reformatting data. And so this does that for you. And then it, generates some nice graphs and charts and summaries. And then what it does is it runs the whole notebook a couple of times to make sure it doesn't have any errors. And it does all that without you really even having to tell it what to do or even tell it where to start. It just starts poking around and trying things out for you. And I feel like that's sort of like, that to me is sort of what I like about that example is it's not stock trading, so it doesn't stress me out. I know a lot of people like to use agentic AI for like automatic stock trading, but that just freaks me out a little bit too much. I'm very conservative with my investing. But what I like about it is I can for me as a data analyst, I can see the merits of it. Like I can see like, oh, I would want to do that right now every day and never have to like reformat data for the rest of my life. That would be just that alone, that aspect of it alone, of just uploading a thing and having it automatically format it in some useful way would be a game changer. And the fact that it generates a few graphs and charts on top of that is just sort of icing on the cake.
Yeah. I mean, I think this enhances what I think. I think it's a healthy way to see AI in general, not just agents, which is like an assistant, right? Like a tool that you can use. Like I wouldn't make big decisions for me, like the stock you're saying or something like that. But I think I would, if you can use it as something that helps you do the stuff that helps you make yourself the decisions. I think that's sort of the perfect human machine hybrid.
Yeah.
Right.
That's exactly.
Yeah. I see some cool questions.
All right,
should we get them in order, or
I don't know?
Actually, I want this one that I think we're sort of starting. I think we can get to all of them. So Anu just says, what is a common myth about agentic AI you want to bust? I may say something. I think it's very similar to what we're talking about, right? Like I think a agentic AI is, people think it's gonna become AGI, right? And I still say no. It's a tool. It's just a more elaborate tool. I don't think we're close to something really mimicking a human. There are some very things of a human that are not that are far from an agent or from an LLM. Things like empathy, syntax, emotion. Those things are hard to mimic for making decisions. For talking, no, they can talk in an emotional way, but not for making decisions. So I think that would be a buzz. Actually, I just heard a funny sentence. It says LLMs hallucinate and agentics also hallucinate, but now with an agenda. I don't know if that's better or worse. But I would say that's a myth that that I would bust.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how do we just answer live here? Oh, okay, I click on answer live. Anything else you find interesting in the list of questions?
Well, someone asked, do you think Gen AI is changing product management?
Management.
And I'll be honest, I don't really know much about product management, but I would be surprised if it was not changing things, because most products these days, at least in my little small world, have some software component to it. And if there's anything that's been updated and turbocharged by Gen AI, it's also coding, right?
Yeah.
Coding, like that's another thing my friend's little company does is he uses agentic AI to you say, hey, it's like, it's not exactly vibe coding, but you say, hey, I want to make a program that does this thing, and it creates all the little files. It's got a header file, it's got one for doing the user interface, it's got another file for sort of helper functions, and it's sort of like it organizes everything in a nice folder for you, and it runs it a few times again to make sure there's no major bugs. And so coding, I mean, coding is infinitely easier than it used to be. And even then it wasn't too bad, because you could just Google everything and look at Stack Exchange. But now it's like, it's like having I mean, I think literally they trained it on Stack Exchange, and now it's like right in the, at the prompt, Stack Exchange is like being spewed out if you just hit tab enough times. So that's a big change. But I also think with like, I don't know if it's agentic, but generative AI, like Stable Diffusion and sort of graphics generation, if it used to be you'd have to hire a designer to do all that, and that's that's good for them, but it's bad for people like me that just want to see if something works, and I don't have enough money to hire someone at this point. So if I want to come up with a company logo, or if I want to come up with a product logo or a product name or something like that, it's just easy to kind of like come up with quick, rapid prototypes that I can at least get going with, rather than sort of going, here's my little, I'm not the best artist ever, but everything looks like Stat Squatch to me.
Or the normal source.
Or the normal source.
Yeah.
So you get one of two options.
Are you adding a character for an agent or something? Like maybe a secret agent or something like that?
Exactly.
That'd be cool.
Come up with something. But yeah, you get the idea, right? I mean, I think if for people wanting to start up companies, regardless of what product they want to do, it's just imagine, it's like everything you want to do is a lot closer and easier to do than it ever was before, at least for software products.
Yeah. I mean, I think going back to the product manager, I think an agent works a lot like a product manager, right? Like I admire their work a lot, because they can sort of plan. They combine. They talk to the technical side and they talk to the human side. So this is a difficult task, but I think you can make a lot of tools for that. Maybe a lot of like simulation tools, if you simulate, how it's gonna, how the team is gonna build the product or things like that. Like I feel like, I mean, there's a lot of tools for product managers that are pretty useful, and I think Agentic AI can do some really serious tools for a project manager. I don't think it'll replace it. Like I don't think it's gonna replace a lot of things, but I think it'll definitely impact it. Yeah. All right. Tejas is asking, what is the best tool to generate agents? Have you used? I've used Crew AI. I took a course on that with deep learning AI. It's pretty good. LangGraph is always good, but I haven't used it. Anything you've used? Or
the only one I've used is LangChain, so I can't compare it to anything.
Yeah.
And the other reason why I use LangChain is I think that's what they used in oh god, not Louis Serrano, but
No, that's me.
I know.
Yeah.
But Jay Alamar's new book.
Oh, Alamar. Yeah.
And
Yes,
they've
yes,
got
I
the
think he
LangChain
uses
in
that a
there.
lot. Yeah, he uses LangChain.
Anyways, all I can do is endorse that book.
Oh, that book is amazing.
You'll learn LangChain while you're at it, but
We should give a shout out to Jay's book. What is the name? It's by Jay Alamar and Martin Grotendorf. Let me look it up.
yeah.
It's called Hands-on Large Language Models. Yeah, that's the best place to learn about this kind of stuff. Hands-on large language models, language understanding and generation.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. Well, let's see other question. Anything else that pops in your
One thing I
mind?
think is kind of interesting is one of the questions is what are the biggest challenges when it comes to adopting, implementing agentic AI systems and business processes? I think one of the big challenges for anything agentic is, or anything AI these days, is coming up with a really solid prompt, and all the sort of like the secret prompt stuff that you have underneath it, like where you're trying to direct the AI to do your bidding. That's the kind of, I think that's something that kind of you have to fine tune like crazy to get it's like in some ways I feel like large language models are like somewhat like random in how much or how little they will hallucinate, and you can control it, but it's not like it's not like normal coding, right? We don't just like change a variable here or there and all of a sudden the behavior is different. You have to come up with a prompt that may not be effective for your goals. And I think to me that's kind of a severe, to me that would be super stressful, because you kind of hoping your success rate will be high enough that 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 you won't get in a lot of trouble. The company won't get really mad at you. I mean, the goal isn't to be perfect. That's what I keep telling people. The goal is never to be perfect, because nobody's perfect. The goal is just to do this better than it would be done how you were doing it before. But I think a lot of that is coming up with like a really elaborate, long, comprehensive prompt that kind of covers all the bases. And I think that's often easier said than done.
Yeah. It requires a lot of iteration, not for just the agent, but the human as well. Like, I think we're learning a lot about how these models operate and how to talk to them properly.
Yeah.
I also feel like another challenge that happens, not just in agentic AI, but it's how much autonomy you want versus like how much power, right? Like, you could create an agent that is completely deterministic. It's like, if A, do B, do this, do that, or you could, and it's limited, or you could just create something very like that changes that, so it can be much more powerful, but it can be like much more erratic. So I feel like that's a big change to decide how much freedom do you have for the agent to morph versus how deterministic you want it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's one. How much fine tuning LLM versus grounded RAG? Yeah, I feel like you need both. I mean, I feel like you need, so fine tuning, I like to see it as like muscle memory, right? Like, I don't think it's, I think LLMs learn not the way we learn stuff, which is remember it, or the way a database, but more like getting used to stuff, right? The way we get used to doing it, like I write with the right hand, and not with the left hand. I would need a lot of muscle memory to learn how to write with the left hand. That's learning muscle memory. It takes a while. Whereas if some fact changes, I in my head I change it immediately, right? Like, and so I feel like if we have a healthy balance between what's muscle memory for the LLM versus what's like database, like what's information stored in a database, then we know how much we need to do fine tuning and RAG. But I think a good system needs both things.
Yeah.
right?
Lewis, I love those analogies too. I think it's absolutely fantastic.
Thank you.
But yeah, but what Lewis was saying, if it's factual information and it could change, and you want to be able to pivot on that change, you want that to be in the RAG database. But if it's general tone, if you want if you want your LLM to have a certain style, a certain behavior, and a certain sort of like pattern to how it behaves, that's all in the fine tuning.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
So it sort of depends on what you want to control and how much you need to control it. It could be off the shelf. You're 95% satisfied with the general behavior. And really, all you need to do is swap in the facts and have those ready in a RAG database. But oftentimes, like, if it's like customer support or something, you might want to get something that's more specifically fine-tuned already in that direction. And I think you can do that too. Like, you don't have to do all that yourself, right? You can find download LLMs that have already been fine-tuned in a certain vein and just start with those. And so you can, even though all you do is RAG, it's there's been the fine-tuning sort of already in there.
Yeah, I feel like LLMs definitely need a lot of fine-tuning just to get the product out, right? Like, just originally, like, you need a lot of like to teach it how to do basic things like question answering. Those things are not learned by just reading all the internet and trying to guess the next word, right? So a lot of fine-tuning comes in. Then you can also do fine-tuning with your own data, right? So yeah. Oh, here's something. Sandy says, what's the difference between agentic AI, robotization, and robotic process automation? So correct me, and also Raja, feel free to chip in. I think robotization is just when like the robot moves and does stuff, right? Like, that's the only one there that's with objects that move. The other two are more like in the computer. And I think RPA is probably more deterministic, right? It's more like you give the agent the instructions, does this, does that, and an agentic AI is kind of like injecting that with LLMs. So you would have each steps would have an LLM that actually doesn't do something deterministic, right? A function that says if A, do B, versus take this prompt and see what the LLM comes up with. And it's very likely it'll give you the right thing, but it can be very chaotic. So that's why one of the challenges of it, right, that we're talking.
Yeah, I'm glad you answered that one. There's no way I could have answered that.
So I feel like there's so many like production questions, and we're both educators. So if people want to keep in mind, we talk more in high level. Yeah, what do you think about the rise of AI behaving badly, like blackmailing people and refusing to turn off? Question by Brian.
I think it's interesting.
That's always an interesting question. Yeah, it's funny. We had a podcast with Raja, and I think that question came up, right, Raja? I mean, not just with agents, but with AI in general, right? Like, how do you feel about it behaving badly? And I feel like I have a 50-50 approach. 50, obviously 50% is let's deal with the problem, like a doctor, right? Like a doctor would say, I'm gonna 50% deal with your symptom because I don't want that pain there, and 50% deal with where it comes from, because that's the long-term cure. And I think we need to have those two. 50% of like, okay, you need to put an end to this particular thing. Like, you take the LLM and put a block that says, if the language gets this bad, if you do this bad, if things like copyright, you need to look at those things in the technology way and saying, how do I end this? And then 50% of like, what is this, right? What problem that we already have in society is this enlarging? Because a lot of times AI just rises a problem that already existed that we're okay with because we were born when it already was perpetrated, but now AI just made it bigger, so a lot of times that the language of chatbots, like abusive language, well, maybe that's because it's trained on humans, that do that. So I think a 50% approach should be let's thank the AI for actually pointing out a huge problem in society. And I think if you have, this is a very vague answer, but I think if you have that 50-50 approach, that's sort of the way that I deal with AI.
Yeah.
Yeah, what do you think?
I mean,
it's
it is interesting though that we do tend to tell AI all of our secrets.
That's true. Yeah.
And it does, to a certain extent, it stores all those in sort of like the context, and it could easily turn against us if it decides we're, I don't know. It's interesting. It's funny. I never really thought about that, but I do think it's interesting in that we do, we worry about like, oh, are we uploading all our secrets to the cloud or something like that? But even if it's running locally, it still has our secrets.
Yeah.
And the whole idea of agentic AI, it was not the whole idea, but one of the main ideas of agentic AI is that it's sort of forward acting. You don't just have to tell it what to do, but it sort of like anticipates what needs to be done and does that.
Yeah.
And so I could see how, given you have something that's looking at this context and trying to anticipate what to do next, that, without really fully understanding everything, who knows what it could. I mean, I could actually imagine, typing. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I could imagine typing something in there that causes the agentic AI to call the police and send it to my house, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe I'm like, how do I put out a fire? Or something.
That's a hypothetical question, and then the firemen show up.
Exactly. Next thing you know, there's a fire truck outside and a bunch of dudes storming down my door. I could actually see that happening, and from there you can kind of imagine, that's like a nice, friendly. Oh, good, we put out a fire in the kitchen. That's a helpful thing, but you could imagine people abusing that as well once you get power. So it's very interesting to think about. I like that question because I'm going to be thinking about that one for a long time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I'm definitely torn about, like, I think it's concerning that like all the information is there, and yeah, there's definitely a trade-off between privacy and safety that needs to be addressed. This is putting in jeopardy. Yeah.
I see a couple
yeah.
of questions talking about
Some good questions.
One is like how to use AI in highly regulated environments like banking. Someone says compliance industry or anything that's like, so we got a couple of questions where people are asking about areas that are, like, for example, banking, financial transactions, you want those to be traceable and deterministic. I'm just reading from the question.
Yeah.
And so what is the role of AI in those situations? And I believe it still has a place where, how Lewis and I were talking at the very beginning. One very cool thing about AI, and especially agentic AI, is that it can act as an assistant, right? As someone that helps you do things rather than making all of these decisions for you. It can just help you make those decisions. It can try to present the data. Like I was saying early on, we can, generate some summarizations of the data, generate some graphs and charts. But ultimately, you have the responsibility landing on the sort of the management, and the management being the person who's part of that loop. And so I can see it being very useful in those contexts, but I can also see it sort of being used only up to a point where, and then someone has to say yes or no, or make some decision that they then will have to take responsibility for. And I can see it used in that context, even in highly regulated areas.
Yeah. I think some places are just more risky than others, right? Like if you want to try something in, I don't know, in a recommendation system, you can go nuts because it can, if you look at a recommendation and it's a bad one, the world doesn't end, right? But in a bank or in a healthcare or something, it's much more risky. So many times those industries take a little longer in adapting. But I think people saw several times, like if you take too long to adapt to the internet or to regular AI or to digitalization or anything, you pay the price. So I think many industries are at least saying, okay, when I hear a buzzword, I will listen. And so I think that's lucky for something like agentic AI, because if you can't ignore it by now, but yeah, I mean, I think you can experiment in other fields. Like I think by the time AI got to, say, the banks or something, it was already tried by a lot of other companies. So I think with agents, yeah, you start being more adventurous if you are in a field that is allowed to be more adventurous, and then it propagates to other places. Yeah. I see a question by Raghunath. Do you folks see lesser need for coders versus agentic AI platforms get better for coding?
So can I take a stab at that one?
Yeah.
Coding in some ways is definitely a lot easier than it used to be. One of the use cases I use it for is I grew up learning older languages, shall we say, and I'm not an expert at Python. But what I've discovered is I can write the code in whatever language I want, and then I can say, make this in Python. And it actually does a really good job at that, translating code. And that's, in some respects, that makes me a much more powerful, versatile coder. And I can now code in basically any language. And I can actually learn the language as I try to figure out what the AI did and how they translated things. And I think that's very useful. But I also think, the nature of coding will probably change. Skill set, however, the general skill set of being able to break a problem down into small steps will not change. I think, that's forever what we have to do is we have to, and even with large language models and agentic AI, we have to come up with ways to take complicated problems and break them into small steps. And sometimes, the AI might be able to speed that up, but forever, I think that's something that the sort of coding mentality will always be useful for. My friend Brian, who I keep bringing up because he created those Devra applications, he has a great analogy, which is 150 years ago, the only way you dig a hole was with a shovel. I mean, you might use a rock, might use a stick or something like that.
I love it.
Speaking, if you wanted to dig that hole and you wanted to dig it efficiently without taking all day, you used a shovel. And then along came the steam shovel, right? And that was awesome, right? And you could either keep working on your shovel or you could learn how to drive a steam shovel. And if you learned how to drive a steam shovel, you were, you probably got paid a little bit more, and you and you had a skill that probably got you around more. And so that's something that we need to adapt to, but also at the same time, because even though the steam shovel showed up, it didn't mean that we no longer needed construction workers, right? We're still building cities. We're just building larger, more complicated cities. We've got skyscrapers now. Instead of just maxing out at 3 stories like we used to, we can go up however many, because we've got people doing new things with new techniques that they didn't have 150 years ago. And I feel like that's the way it's headed to today, where all of a sudden we've got this steam shovel and everyone's like kind of a little freaked out, right? Because that steam shovel looks like it's going to replace all these construction workers. But I think that the result is actually going to be the opposite. I think there's going to be even more demand for people that have that mindset of how to code and how to solve these big problems and how to piece things together. Build more elaborate, more amazing sort of architecture and programs.
Yeah, I love that analogy. I love that shovel analogy because it shows that, yeah, like at the end of the day, what's human is not the act of digging the hole, but for example, like knowing where to dig the hole. Like that, you can come up with the best shovel in the world, like the most technological, but a decision like where to dig, like that's much more high level, you know? And yeah, I feel the exact same thing about coding, and I do a lot of coding with Copilot. And I think the syntax gets simpler, and I welcome that. You know, it started with punch cards and then assembly, and then C++ and then Python, and now it's just English. But the concepts are the same. I mean, I don't think that the if you're writing code on punch cards or in Copilot, like the high level ideas and the algorithms and the code thinking does not change at all. Like that's the same. The syntax gets easier. Like you're speaking in an easier language, right? And then more people are able to do it. There's always going to be someone writing assembly, right? There's always going to be people writing Python and C++. What I do welcome is that many people who are not uh, who are not good at the syntax but can think logically and know about solutions to other problems outside of AI and in the real world are now able to code and build solutions, whether it's a web page or an app or something. I do welcome that. I do welcome the fact that up there. But no, we're not going to run out of coders. But I think the coders are going to be more the ones that code the actual LLM. Yeah, the ones that are doing where the rubber meets the road, and just more people are going to be able to use it. You know.
Exactly.
Like now, a lot of people use computers. There was a time where only the experts would be able to use a computer, you know? So I think coding is going to be like that.
So
Yeah.
we have another question that is very near and dear to my heart.
Okay, let's hear it.
Mind if we skip around a little bit?
I'm all over the place. Yeah.
Okay, so the question is, how do you detect hallucinations or measure accuracy? And
That's hard.
I could actually give a whole presentation on this.
Nice.
We could go for another hour on just this one question. I have some theories. There's actually a lot of active research in this area. One, and I actually don't know the details of this, but I talked to some other people and they said, oh yeah. With LLMs, you can actually see it in the attention matrices. You can kind of see where it's going to hallucinate based on the attention. And I actually don't know the details of that, so I actually don't understand it. But all I'm bringing that up is you can do some research and you'll find out some cool ways. But I've got my own sort of like simple, easy way to do this. One example is RAG. So when we use RAG, we take a document, we make it into chunks, or a bunch of documents, make them into chunks, and we create a vector database based on those chunks. And essentially, what that means is in some super high dimensional space, we've got these chunks all over the place, right? Mapped out somehow, right? And when you come along with your prompt, the LLM, what it does is goes, well, this prompt, what chunks is it closest to? Is it close to this chunk over here? Is it down to this chunk? And if it's closer to this chunk, then I'm gonna pull that out, and we're gonna use that as part of our answer, as part of this RAG implementation. Well, one thing we can do is we can actually measure the distances. I mean, we go, this chunk is closer to this prompt than this other chunk, but we have those distances. We've already done the hard work. We can just look at them and we can go, hey, our prompt and this chunk are very close to each other. Their cosine similarity or whatever metric we're using, we can say they're very close to each other. So I've actually got pretty high confidence that this chunk is going to actually relate to the prompt. In contrast, I could have a prompt that's sort of floating in the middle of nowhere and it's close to something sort of, but everything else is kind of far away. And it'll return like the closest thing and it'll say, well, this chunk is the closest to your prompt, but it's still pretty far away. And I feel like that we can use that distance as a way of giving ourselves confidence that we are or are not sort of negatively hallucinating, and we can maybe have a measure of accuracy or a measure of just, I don't know, accuracy is the right word for it. I think of it as a measure of confidence.
Distance. Yeah. I
Close.
like that. Yeah, that's interesting. I actually, this is the first time I see some metric of hallucination, because I feel like I'm jealous of all of us 10 years ago when AI was so easily gradable. Like, predictive AI, you just say, how many times did I get the right solution divided by the total number of times I tried? Like, it's like grading a multiple choice quiz, right? Like evaluating a predictive machine learning model is like grading a multiple choice quiz.
Yeah.
Whereas evaluating a generative AI model is like grading a essay type quiz. So many times, yeah, you can grade, out of, I liked your approach, out of the actual solution that I was thinking, the actual sort of, let's say, perfect response, how far did you get in terms of cosine distance or things like that, or how many of the many points I wanted you to hit, how many did you hit? And I feel like we can also use LLMs to grade themselves, because one thing that the LLMs are interesting because they have a strength and a weakness, and the strength is in understanding, which is predictive AI, right? Like we're better critics. They are, like, we are humans are better critics than creators, right? Like, I can watch sports and be like, oh, why did he do that? So stupid. But then if I put me in the field, I won't do anything, right? So LLMs are a lot like that. Creating is hard for them because they just one word at a time. Yeah. Whereas if they evaluating something, they can look back and see the kilometers behind. So I feel like LLMs can be grading their own selves. I feel like we can use that a lot.
Yeah, that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. Oh, I have a question that I want to answer just out of guilty pleasure. Sagar says, will quantum computing bring more autonomy to agentic AI and get us close to mimicking humans? How far are we from achieving that? I love quantum computers, and I think I can get super philosophical with quantum computers, because I feel like there's some randomness in a quantum computer that we don't know where it comes from, and it could easily you can easily get philosophical there. But I will get more concrete. I think Gen AI in particular will benefit a lot from quantum computers, because a quantum computer is a generator, whereas a classical computer is a deterministic machine. So I think classical computers are more for deterministic stuff, like predictive machine learning, right? Like, the email is spam, yes or no, right? Like, I think the house is worth $100 or something like that. That's deterministic because it's a formula. Classical computers cannot, I'm going to say a bold thing, but they cannot generate random stuff, right? Because they can generate pseudo-random numbers. They can't even generate a coin flip. They can't generate a simple coin flip. They have to pretend, because it's all deterministic, random generator. Whereas a quantum computer is a true generator. So actually, we ran some experiments to see how much, if this whole randomness is actually better. And this is one thing that sort of happens when you give a classical computer a bunch of data and say generate more that looks like that data. It starts finding data that's close to it, right? Like, if I have this point and this point, it finds the midpoint and something around. But what if the data is, things that, what if there's a point that satisfies the rules of this data, but it's like here, and it just happens to satisfy them, but it's not geographically close, but it's logically close, right? It just happens to be that all this data has a particular rule, and so does this point. And we found that quantum computers do sometimes achieve better results at finding this point over here, at sort of understanding the data. So I'm excited for when quantum computers come more, because I think generative AI will get better. Of course, you can't compare the quantum computer this big to like 1 trillion parameters that's lying in some data center somewhere. So it's an unfair competition. That's why it looks like they generate better. But I'm excited about quantum computers more for generative AI than for predictive, actually.
I love it. Louis, you're the only person I know that actually has real experience with a quantum computer and quantum algorithms and all these things. It's such a treat to hear you talk about these things.
Thank you so much.
Ask.
Thank you. Yeah, I do enjoy them a lot, because they can be completely unpredictable, literally. Yeah. All right. How are we doing?
We have time for maybe one more question, but before
I think we have time for one. Yeah. Go ahead.
there was a contest to do a giveaway of my new book, the StatQuest
Yes.
Illustrated Guide to Neural Networks and AI, and the StatQuest Illustrated Guide to Machine Learning. And I want to announce the winners. We have 3 winners. We have Vidya, which is an amazing name. I love that. And then we have Jim Stokes, who I guess also has an amazing name, and Luis Afonso _. You are
What a great name.
yeah, right. We got some great names. Anyways, thank you very much for participating. I hope you guys enjoy those books. If you do, please post about it on social media or like LinkedIn or something like that. Oh, it's always nice to hear that people are enjoying the books. So thank you.
Wow, that's awesome. Congratulations to the winners. Is Nabiha here, by the way? Because I think we also had a contest for Grokking machine learning, but I actually don't know the winners.
Yes, we
Raja,
do,
are you
Luis.
there?
Let me
Oh,
check. Right,
please,
so
can Raja?
we
Yeah,
do.
I'm so
Yeah,
sorry. I'm
exactly.
behind.
Yes,
Yeah.
and we'll just we'll inform you maybe in a few seconds. Let me check with the team.
Okay, perfect. So which book is it, Josh? The neural networks book or the AI?
I think they gave away both of them,
Yeah.
the machine learning and the
Oh,
AI books.
that's awesome.
That's super exciting. Yeah.
Okay, the team is saying that they are already in chat. And during the Fireside, Grokking machine learning is price these winners are. Okay. Okay. And let me see. And you guys can continue. Just give me one moment and I will get back.
Okay,
Question.
sounds good.
Someone asked,
Thank you.
did we think AI would destroy the middle class job market? I don't think so. I just think it'll change. Just like, with the construction worker thing, it's just because we have steam shovels and power drills doesn't mean we don't need construction workers anymore. In fact, there's a shortage, at least in the United States.
Yeah,
It's just
I think.
we build more complicated things, and I think AI is going to just let us do that, and it's going to let all kinds of people do that. Not just we talked about the context of coding, but I think all kinds of jobs will be transformed, just as coding has been transformed. But it's not like the job itself is going to go away.
Yeah, some jobs will disappear, but others will appear, right? With the internet, a lot of jobs left and a lot of jobs started, right? Like full stack. But yeah, I mean, I think that's more of a
And
society.
Luis, sorry to interrupt, right?
Yeah.
So I
Oh,
think you need to check your chat. So the 3
oh,
names have been
the
sent to
chat.
you already.
I'm so sorry. I can't see the chat.
The
I may have to
so it's
close the Q&A. Oh, there's the chat. Oh my God. I'm so sorry. I missed it. Okay. I have the winners. So excited. So the winners are Vinay Kashyap. This is a whole Shiraz Sarwar and Tushar. And I don't know the last name, but
hooray!
yeah.
Congratulations, everybody! It's fantastic.
Yeah, so excited.
And should we wrap up? It's almost. I mean, we've
Yeah,
got
I think
less
we're
than
good to wrap up.
to go. So, here I've got a little something.
Oh, the ukulele. Love it.
Thank you, Data Science Dojo, for having me and Lewis sit here and talk and answer questions and give away books, because that's so cool. Hooray!
Hooray.
Hooray!
Well, thank you everyone for your great questions. Congratulations to the winners of the books. Thank you, Raja, for the invitation and for such a wonderful conference.
No, thank you so much, Luis and Josh. Definitely. We'll see you soon in some of the other events.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
Perfect.
Likewise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
Have a great day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, so we are going to take a break from the next session starts at 10:10 a.m. My time, Seattle time, Pacific time. But meanwhile, we did receive a lot of questions about our Agentic AI bootcamp. So this is a break time. There's no session happening. I'm going to go over during the break, I'm going to go over our Agentic AI bootcamp that we recently announced we will have the first cohort. We have been doing a large language model bootcamp for quite some time, but this is the large language models bootcamp is a more call it more broad and more end-to-end coverage. And for some of us who are already familiar with some of the fundamentals, for them, we have announced this Agentic AI Bootcamp. I'm going to start sharing my screen so I can walk all of us through this. Just a moment. I will. Okay, just one moment. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get started here. I will just take maybe another 5 minutes or so to go over the Agentic AI bootcamp and really what is it that we are planning to do in the Agentic AI bootcamp. So here we go, right? So if you look at this, right? So I mean, we have been hearing this word agentic quite a bit. I've been actually looking at these questions, most notably, like how is agentic AI different from an AI agent or AI or machine learning or RPA? I've seen a lot of those questions. So here's how we should look at what agentic AI looks like. So agentic AI, an agentic task, actually, it always starts with you specify a goal and you state the goal, and then there is an LLM. So under the hood, when we talk about agentic AI, under the hood is, of course, there is AI, there is generative AI. It is there. So you have these standard LLMs that start to user states the goal. The planner agent or the planner LLM, it actually breaks down the task, breaks down whatever goal was given to this entire agent. It breaks down the task. And based on that task, for those of you who attended the session yesterday, and then we had this example from Bob, and Bob said, what if I could, tell an agent, I need to go and watch, I need to travel to this place, or can you buy me a ticket, right? So first it will understand, and then you may define some constraint. So there is under the hood, there's a reasoning or planning that will happen. Well, in order for me to plan a trip to New York, first I need to do this, and then I need to do this, and then I need to do this. For those of you who use ChatGPT regularly, you are aware that if you notice how it says, first I need to do this, then I need to do this. It's almost like how humans actually reason. Okay, if I need to do this, how about I first figure this out? And how about I do this? This is how I would do it. I need to plan a trip to New York, right? So how will I plan a trip to New York? Well, I will first say, okay, what dates do I need to go to New York? What is the duration of that? Then do I have a frequent flyer account with some airline? Which hotel rewards program am I signed in? What is my budget? And where will am I going for business or leisure? And all of that, it will reason, and then it will find that optimal trip based on that. So it goes, and now once it has the plan, in some cases, it may have to hit some database. It may your agents may have to hit some retrieval. So this is the overall outline of the conference was designed very carefully, right? So you have these LLMs at the core of it, the first session from yesterday. Then you have this reasoning, the retrieval and context engines. And the third one was, putting those observability and guardrails around it. So this is broadly speaking what an agentic AI workflow should look like. So according to my plan, I need to go and check maybe some travel website. I need to go and check Google. Maybe I need to go and check my personal notes. I mean, maybe I need to check my inbox. So I will retrieve all of that information and then now try to go and reason. Okay, what do I need to do? So there is a reasoning now that is happening, and reasoning and possible action that is happening. And then based on the context, potentially, uh, my agentic AI workflow may ask me, okay, do you prefer a specific airline or not? Or do you want me to book already or not, right? So basically this goes, you receive that external stimuli, and then you make decisions based on that, and then that stays in memory. So retrieval is more from a long-term storage, possibly, or some external storage, and your memory and observation is within your session. And then you reflect and replan. Do I have everything that I need? If not, I will go and replan. So these are the standard paradigms that are emerging as we make progress. In our bootcamp, for instance, we do cover there is a design pattern called React pattern, right? So we do cover that in detail, reasoning and action. Then there is a reflection pattern. For instance, reflection pattern is I have a planner, I have a reviewer, I come up with an answer, then my reviewer reviews it, and is it consistent with the plan or not? And based on that, it just keeps going around until you get to the answer that the reviewer thinks is correct. So these kind of paradigms, they exist. And in our Agentic AI Bootcamp, we cover all of this. All of this is covered in the Agentic AI Bootcamp. Of course, I cannot show every single thing. I will just flash a few things on the screen to just give you an idea. But if you look at this, it's an 8-week program. Once a week, you have class, 3 hours a week, and then definitely there's more work in the learning platform. And the people who teach, they're the people who build these things. So we don't have people who just happen to know, they've watched a YouTube video here or attended a conference there. It is people who build these systems. So, I mean, so people who work in production systems, they of course, their view is going to be different. And we are offering 50% off only during the conference because of the relevance with the bootcamp. So the code is there, FODAI 50. If you go there, the QR code is there. Let me actually show you, right? So this is only part of the curriculum. I cannot definitely cannot go through the entire curriculum. So if you look at this, we cover LangChain in a lot of detail, probably the most in-depth treatment of the entire LangChain stack. We cover LangGraph in a lot of detail. Maybe I can show you a few things here. When we talk about, let's say, agents and tools, how do you connect it to external tools and all of that? And then let me just show one thing here. We have these labs that are built in, right? So, and you get this as part of the, when you register, you get this part as part of your registration. You click on it, everyone gets their own compute, own storage. You can write more code, it is persistent. Everyone gets their own account in our sandboxes there. And this is one example here. We are showing how to create an agentic framework and here's a retriever. There is, you go through run. We walk through the code, nodes and edges, and basically what kind of patterns are there. I don't want to eat up into the time of the next speakers. So I will quickly wrap up. I think the most common question that I see is prerequisites, right? So the prerequisite is really if you already Definitely, you have to be comfortable with Python programming. Without that, it is not going to work. And then in addition to that, you have to have some basic understanding of how LLMs work. If you do not, we have some remedial material. We have some material that we will give you for consumption, but you should be fine. If in doubt, please reach out to us and we'll help you. Sorry, Hamza and Ali, we didn't mean to, but yeah, how's everything going with both of you? Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so over to you. Thank you so much.
All right. Hi, everyone. Raja and Data Science Dojo team, thank you so much for having us. We want to keep it quite a collaborative conversation. So please keep the questions running in the open questions. Both me and Ali will be monitoring to them and trying to answer. I know most of you, like, this is a one-way thing. This is a webinar, but my request is that just please reach out, ask questions, and then we'll pause, take a break to try to answer any questions that you may have for us. All right. Having said that, let me switch to my screen where we have everything set up. And give me 1 second. All right. I hope everybody can see my screen. Ali, if you can see my screen, then most people can. All right. So we are here to talk about vertical AI agents, a guide to building agents that deliver results. Now, most of you have been going through, when joined through yesterday, or you have had the opportunity to go through different modules of the talks. But what we will try to do is try to cover a little bit more into agents. And one of the things that we want to focus on is talking about vertical AI agents more than the general purpose agents. And we'll go in deeper into examples of what they are and how they are built out. So without further ado, I want to introduce myself. My name is Hamza. I'm the founder and CEO of a company called Trustworthy. I was previously at Google, and before that I was at Walmart. I have 15 years of experience in machine learning, and I'm an adjunct professor at Stanford and UCLA. What we do at Traversal, basically in Traversal, we have built our company has the capability to build individualized agents that do one thing at a time. So instead of having a general purpose tool, which is basically, hey, I'm gonna do every single thing on Earth, what we try to do is we try to build an agent that sort of provides help with one specific thing, and we believe it reduces the option of having hallucination or error. It reduces the overall error in the dependency on LLMs. And we work with a ton of customers across the board, across US, and we've been trying to help build them enterprise agents that can solve different problems for them, and that's what we're doing. Joining me is Ali. Ali, do you want to give a quick overview about yourself?
Thank you, Hamza. So my name is Ali Shafiq. I'm a PhD candidate at the Kansas State University. I recently completed my internship with Traversal last December, and now I'm working as a research fellow with Traversal AI. I'm working on a couple of projects. Last year, I got a chance to apply and work with Meta AI Accelerator competition with Hamza, which we won actually. It was a pretty amazing experience. And also last year in the summer, I also got the chance to be a TA on Oxford Machine Learning Summer School. So my research area is about LLM deployments, LLMs for HPC and agents. So over to you, Hamza.
All right, awesome. Okay, so basically, if you guys have heard about agents, and we'll try to demystify all about agents today. Agents have taken over the news lately, and we see a ton of news coming through our LinkedIn feed, different things that what people are saying, and and with every news there's a meme following that happens, that explaining about how agents have just been around and people have been talking about it nonstop. The funny thing is they all started up late last year. It's not that agents have been there before that or in the form that we know of today. But every company in the world is trying to jump onto it and be AI front and center and try to build things based on that. But I think the major question is, and this is something that I want to identify, is what on earth are agents? We keep hearing about agent. Yesterday, we also had a conversation about how do we define agents, and no two people have the same definition. Some people have a scientific definition, some people have a basic definition. So let's start with a very scientific example, definition. An artificial intelligence agent is a software program that can interact with an environment, collect data, and use the data to perform self-determined tasks to meet predetermined goals, right? So this is basically how we define an agent in a scientific term, right? And this is taken from Wikipedia, and this is a pretty standard example of an agent. Now, this is great, but how about most of us who are like, dude, I know what this says, but I don't know what it means. So for that to explain, let's explain something, explain me like I'm 5. So what we do currently is that we use ChatGPT. I think everybody is aware of ChatGPT and how ChatGPT is used. So in ChatGPT, basically what you do is you write a question and it generates an email chain for you or something. And what you have is basically a really nice good looking email that has been generated by ChatGPT by you, and you use that to send it out to everybody else. Now, there's a second part to it. Most of you or some of you, use ChatGPT for coding also. And what you do is that currently, you generate something in code through ChatGPT, and you put that into a Python compiler. Now that's a very standard process, that people follow. You use ChatGPT, or there are different tools available, but you basically use these tools to generate code for you, and then you have a Python compiler where, such as VS Code or even Cursor for that matter, you use that, you output that, and there you have, you're copy pasting. Now, what if you don't copy paste and you are like someone who is very lazy like me? You're like, I don't even want to copy paste. All I want to do is write one prompt, and it should generate the entire code for you. And once it has generated the entire code for you, it should basically execute. The code should execute on its own. I don't want to write anything beyond the vibe code. And that's what, some people have a question. Why do we need to learn about Python when we have low code or no code platforms to build agents? I think that's what I'm trying to answer, is that we have this capability that, like I'm just writing a prompt, the prompt is writing, generating code for me. And now what I want to do further is that I don't even want to copy paste that code. I just want to be able to have it execute for me. So if you were to put all of that together, if you were to equate a prompt that generates a response and it is compiled for you in real time automatically, that is what an LLM agent is. So in reality, what an LLM agent is doing is that it's connected to a software, basically, which is a compiler. The LLM agent itself, and I want to really emphasize on this, to answer the question or the disambiguity on what agents are versus not agents are, is that agents are nothing but LLMs that are connected to different devices and different tools, and we'll explore them in detail over here. But basically, when you're writing a prompt and you're basically generating the code for it, and then that is compiled automatic for you, that is what basically the AI data scientist of 21st century is, where you have just vibe coded your way through those things, right? So if we were to expand this into a little more, what are agents? Agents are LLMs with access to tools and memory, tasked with planning and executing goals. And unlike LLMs, today's AI agents are an engineering innovation, not an AI innovation. Now, if you were to take nothing from this session, but just one thing, just remember this. LLMs are, unlike LLMs, AI agents are engineering innovation, not an AI innovation. What that means is that AI agents I just connected to, you have an agent which has an LLM running in the background. The LLM only generates an output much like it would do in ChatGPT. But we have connected different output functions to it. So basically, it generates a JSON output which says, I will call this particular function. And if we have time, we'll show you an example of that, of how we've built that. But that's the idea behind the scenes, that's what we use to use an LLM behind the scenes to generate an output. And there are different levels of AI agents. There's level 1, level 2, level 3, and level 4. So we'll talk about the first 2 levels. The first level is an LLM. You just have an LLM that is like ChatGPT creating an output for you, or generating output. That is level 1 agent. Level 2 agent is an agent which has access to different tools. So for instance, if you have, you have a calculator tool, you have a code interpreter tool, there are different examples of internet search and RAG tools. If you're connected to those tools, that is basically level 2 agent that has connected to different architectures, and it is able to generate responses for you on that, or on your behalf. And then once we have most of these things are one direction, which means is that when you have an LLM or when you have ChatGPT, it does not have the ability to think back and sort of reason with the tools. Right now, they're reasoning models that only reasons with the answer it's generating through its own ability to generate text. It's not actually looking at the tools or interacting with the tools. In order for an agent to really work well, we need to create something which is a React agent. What is a React agent? A React agent is an AI agent that uses reasoning and acting React framework with the chain of thought to connect to different tools. So when you think about how do I connect to different things? So for example, somebody is saying, how can I create affiliate marketing automated with AI agents? What you have is basically an LLM in the center. The LLM in the center is connected to different tools. And the LLM, when you say, hey, I would like to create an affiliate marketing for this product that I'm selling, this product is for it's a marketing tool, and I should be able to sell it to marketing agencies. The affiliate program, will release the links to the affiliate program. So whoever posted, we should identify the best people we should launch for affiliate marketing, and then once we have launched those products, we should be able to get feedback on how well those people are performing. Now there are multiple ways, there are n number of ways to go through it. The LLM, when we feed that request to an LLM, it reasons with what is the best way to move forward, and we have identified the tools that it has access to. The tools that it has access to generate a set of results, which are then sent back to the LLM for it to think that, oh, I think I've gotten the answer of what I'm looking for. And having that information, it is able to generate a bunch of, it's able to generate a workflow plan for you. So that is basically what React agents are. And that's what React agents are being used in the current world, or we try to utilize them to show the benefit of these tools. That's what we have behind the scenes when we talk about agents or React agents that have the power to reason and act, right? And that's when we are approaching that level, that is what we call something as level 3 agents. Level 3 agents are those agents which have reason and acting capability. So just to recap, we have level 1 agents, which are just, level 1 is just an LLM agent or speaking to you. Level 2 is an LLM which is connected to different tools, but it does not have the reasoning capability. It's only a forward-looking direction. So if somebody asks what is agentic system versus agents, this is an agentic system. The agentic system has the capability to understand that it has access to tools and it creates a workflow. Level 3 or React agents have the ability to rethink and have memory associated with it, so that it is more nuanced and have a stronger capability of being able to deliver responses. So that's the power behind the scenes of how we have built out, or how would you use agent architectures of level 3, which has the ability to understand what you have just said and be able to react based on that plan in action. And last but not least is level 4, where you basically have multiple agents that have React capability and they are speaking to each other. That's the sort of the major idea, or the major definition that sort of runs behind the scenes in this scenario. So we'll take a couple of seconds here to try to answer some questions that people have. What is the scope of agentic AI in compliance industry, where hallucinations can lead to penalties, for example, from IRS? So the idea is that in compliance industry, when you try to build something, we have to sort of do two things. We have to have either LLM as a judge or a human in the loop. The human in the loop's ability is to actually evaluate whatever output is coming and be able to move it forward. So in anything which is very highly regulatory, or it is very important, such as healthcare or finance or compliance, we need to have a human in the loop, which sort of makes a decision, who gets a lot of things put together for them. And their job is to evaluate the performance of the agent and sort of give feedback to say, hey, this looks good, and I would like to move ahead with this. So that's a very general basic idea that you can use, you can utilize to sort of create that output. Second question was how to make AI agents more semantic in terms of identifying synonymous words. For example, in any unstructured document, we may have synonymous. So basically what you need to do in that form, this is the second question, how to make AI agents more semantic. I think that's not what you need to do with the agents. That's what you need to work on your RAG and make your RAG to be more agentic. So there's a difference. RAG being agentic means that you have a RAG which is connected to different tools, but the agent is calling multiple RAGs, right? So the agentic RAG is a simple tool that exists. You can have multiple RAGs that exist. So one could be summary, what could be, or related to one department. You have 5 departments, you can have 5 different RAG architectures. The agent's job is to just call those RAGs and fetch information related to that. We should not focus our time on building agentic AI RAGs that are all in one. We should focus on building vertical agents, or one agent whose job is to just call something. The other agent, so if you see over here, what I've identified is that something called Traversal Pro RAG, which we build in our company. The Traversal Pro RAG tool, what it does is that it's an independent agentic RAG on its own. All we do is pass information from the original agent to say, hey, can you help me find information about X, Y, and Z? And it sort of works through that. One more question is, can I make my affiliate marketing automated by AI agents? Yes, you can. We actually, believe it or not, we actually building customer outreach program through our AI agents. So we tried a lot of different products in the market, and what we found out is that it's very difficult to actually build agents, or it's very difficult to build the right agents for your or find, there's a lot of money that is needed to sort of build those things, because you have to pay a company that works on it. So what we did is, and let me share my screen again. So what we did is that we built our own AI agent. So as I said before, our product is a data science agent. What we have identified is that we built our own AI agent that identifies that this is a real company, and this is something that I get every day in my inbox. So this is a company which is a decision science, decision analytics startups. It's called House. What does the company do? What are their data needs? What are the specific challenges they have? Why our agents can work for them? What is the recommended pitch that we can give them, and what are the key talking points? And these are some of the job postings, so we can even evaluate the job posting that they have built out. So this is a really, really powerful tool agent that we actually built. We actually built in literally one day, right? And we have been able to build this because of our understanding on how verticalized AI agents work. And this is something that, you can reach out to us. We can help you build them. But the idea is that it's not very difficult to build these things anymore. So imagine in 24 hours, just 24 hours, I'm not saying any more than that. I spent 24 hours trying to build on this agent that basically gets me the right customers in my inbox every single day. I get 22 to 25 of them in my inbox, and I can make it to 50. But I get these directed agents on why we are important to them and what is the need that we are trying to address them. All right. And you can look up this company. It's a real company with real jobs and everything. So that's the idea. And it also tells you the likely people that we should reach out to. So that's something that, that you can sort of work on and sort of builds it. All right. So now moving on to the part of our overview. So this is basically a very cleaner or more visual friendly outlook of how agents are working. You have a tool in the center, and you have an agent in the center. Based on a user input, the React agent sort of goes through in a loop trying to find out answers using different tools. And once the final answer is achieved, it is able to generate a response based on that. Now, there are different companies that have been promising that we build really good agents, and we do something really good on that. We build amazing tools. There's a tool named is Manus AI. This Manus AI tool is basically, it has so many different things that are attached to it. It has a code editor, it has a multi-modality, it has autonomous, it has analysis. So it has so many different things, and they raised, I think, a ton of money, just on the fact that, that they built something like that. Now it's all good, like this is a great product. But within a week of releasing this product, somebody was able to look under the hood and say, oh, so this is basically Claude with 29 tools, and it uses something called browser use. So those of you who don't know what browser use is, browser use is the ability for MCP. So that's all there is to this tool. So basically, it's a wrapper over a wrapper. And that's what happens, when we are trying to move. Like, I just want to identify that, a lot of us live in a FOMO, constant FOMO, that we don't know what's happening in the world. The world is moving at a very fast pace, and everyone is building something so fancy, so amazing. Everybody's trying to raise millions of dollars, and some of them have done a really good job. I just want you to know behind the scenes is a lot of wrapping around of things. It is not just, creating something just out of the box. It is literally a big wrapper that sort of just exists. And this is Manus AI. They just built the set of wrappers on top of that. And once they have built those wrappers on top of it, they're able to show, put together, a front end that sort of drives the value, or sort of build that, right? So that's the idea, that can be done. And at the end of the day, this what happened to my? Can you guys hear me? Sorry, I think I lost you all.
Yes, we can.
Ali, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Sorry, I don't know what happened. Yeah. Okay. All right. So the agentic. So coming back from the browser from the browser use of Manus, it all comes back to the same architecture that people have been looking into. That we have different tools that are created, and then once we connect those tools, we basically have an outlook that sort of combines all of them together. All right. So imagine a world where we didn't need to write code. And this is where we think that, where we feel the world is heading towards, that we don't need to write code. We can, we can just vibe code our way through it. So what is vibe code? Vibe code is this amazing capability. Some of you might have seen this tool. We have spoken about this tool over and over again in the past 2 days. Lovable. This is a tool that sort of, it can create code in real time, just like right there and there. It generates code for you, and you're able to, everything is done for you. So why do you even need to do anything? So my answer to all of this is, why do we ever need to cook at home? We can always go out and get food, right? We can always go out and get food, but most often we don't know what's in that food also. So the thing with vibe coding is it's really good. And like a lot of people right now are like, oh my God, this is amazing. I don't need to write code ever. I don't think that's true. You still need to write code, but you need to write code a little differently now. So let's say you are in this phase that you've just identified something called vibe coding, which is, just vibe agent creation, vibe coding, vibe architectures. You've built all of them, and you're like, I'm never going to hire a single data scientist, a single, front-end developer. I can do all of this myself, right? And this is the feeling that most people have. They're like, okay, and they're looking at a product and they're like, okay, it's game over. I don't need to hire people. But the problem is, with great power comes Horcrux that was never intended. And this is a Harry Potter reference. Basically, what happens at the end of the day is that, when you put vibe coding in production, things happen which you don't know. You don't even know where it's going to happen from, right? And it just makes you go, you're trying to think about it like, hey, how can I even answer this question? How can I what happened? Where did something break? You don't know where things are breaking for you. You don't know where anything is working out for you. You're like, okay, somewhere something is working. I don't know what's happening. So in order to prevent you from that, you have to build vertical AI agents. And one of the best examples that I have, over here is of this one. This is a vertical AI agent, which I mean, we as a startup, we don't have a lot of money to hire people or to reach out to, like agencies or, get money to, we don't have a lot of money to hire the people who can get and reach out for us. This is a tool that we built internally for us. And you can see this came out 19 hours ago for me. This is a tool that we built. So this is an example of a vertical AI agent. It only does one thing. It finds me the right people or the right companies that our company should target to build, to reach out. It doesn't do more. It does not schedule interviews for me. It does not makes a reach out, like this is the people you should email even. All it does is that it gives us a direction. And if we get 50, now we are reaching out to 50 customers that we know might be looking for a tool that we have to offer, right? That's the power that happens in this way. And that's what we are focused on as a company, is that how can we build smaller tools? I'll show you another example. I'm giving insight to my inbox, but let me give you another example. This is an example of human in the loop. Now, me as a LinkedIn person who posts a lot on LinkedIn, basically what happens is that I have to post a lot on LinkedIn. Now, I hate the fact that I have to write a lot of posts every day. So what I did is that I created an AI agent, which basically creates, runs through the internet, finds a good article for me that I can post for that day. So this is something that ran 11 hours ago. It basically says, hey, this is a post. Now I can change some of the text over here, but this is the post that I have. There is an article that it has linked to. And now that's more interesting. If I hit approve, it will post on my LinkedIn. So that's the definition of vertical agents. I just want you all to focus on the definition of these things. What is a vertical agent? The vertical agent does one thing for you. It automates and makes it. See, here you might say, oh, I don't care. I don't need to do research. Like I can do my own research and find out the best. But then when you have a busy life and you have 600 things to do, see, I have to run a company where I have to make sure that we are getting the right customers in our inbox. We are getting the right, we are making the right proposals. We are writing the right post. I'm doing the research. So my time is very divided, and I don't have a lot of time to do everything. So what I do is that we build these vertical AI agents that does the job for us. And they are connected, it's connected to my inbox. So I get an email directly from my inbox to my inbox from a system that says, hey, and if I approve it, in fact, there is a human in the loop concept also where we are working on, is that if I don't like this article, it will send it back to my agent, and it will look, I will say, make it less chat GPT and make it more personalized or something like this. It basically helps you. It basically helps you to build this, right? That's the focus that I have. This just saved me maybe 30 minutes of my day. And if I save 30 minutes every day, if I make 20 posts a day, so 30 minutes a day, I have saved 600 minutes. 600 minutes, it's 10 hours, right? So I've just saved 10 hours of my entire month to do something else. That is, my friends, what you need to do, or be focused on what vertical AI agents are. That will help you build something better. That will help you build tools and architectures that can be built out. Now, I know, understandably, a lot of you are excited about this. Like, oh, you're like, okay, we would like to see how this is done. I would say, all I would say is that reach out to me on LinkedIn, connect with us. We also do a lot of speaker sessions or or open courses. So you can like something we do for free. You guys can reach out to us on LinkedIn, and we will share our information also. But the idea is, it's possible, and I am actually saving time to do a bunch of things. All right, so I think we have 20 more minutes. Data science team, data science dojo, we have 20 minutes left.
You have, yes, 20 more minutes.
Okay, so what do I want to do is that I want to go a little fast through. I mean, this is a data analyst that we built. Like, a lot of people are not very interested in data science agents, but all I want to show you guys is the ROI that we are seeing with building vertical agents. There's 80% reduction in data analysis time, because there's a heavy lifting is being done for us, and it's saving us time to make sure that we do not have to spend a lot of time getting through, doing things ourselves. 20% lower operation costs for on-prem. We work with enterprises, and those enterprises, we help work with them. We understand what needs to be done. So 20% lower operation cost and 30 to 40% in inventory waste. So the reason we put it over here is that we work with supply chain companies. They have a lot of inventory that they create with AI agents that helps with forecasting. And I'll show you an example of our forecasting model. But the forecasting model, basically what it does is that, it basically generates, you just basically give it a prompt, and the prompt is then used to generate an entire output for you that sort of looks into what we are trying to identify, and it generates a code for you, and it runs. So I understand this is Data Science Dojo event. We're talking about data sciences, but I think a lot of our focus has been on vertical AI agents, and how we can utilize them to build things from there. All right. So what I want to do is I'm going to try to take 5 minutes to answer questions. This is our LinkedIn URLs. You guys can use these tags to reach out to us. I'll give you 3 minutes on this, and then Ali will switch gears for you to show some basic code. Right. So I'm going to scroll up and trying to answer what's the difference in agent performance if you use a SLM versus an LLM. I think the difference, Alex, to Alex's question, as a small language model versus large language model, I think small language models have a higher probability of hallucinating. So when you're building a very important ecosystem, which requires you to make sure that things don't fail, using an LLM might be a better job, right? What accuracy using single LLM agent or multiple agents? I would say, to Indu's question, having multiple agents in one ecosystem means that the point of failures are very high. So again, if you see this code, right? If you see this output, this is literally doing one thing, and there is very low possibility of error at your end. Why? Because it will not error out. Of course, it might hallucinate, but the level of issues it creates for you is not that big for you to be concerned. So you have to build tools that work like this. You have to build tools that are so independent that if they screw up, it does not trample and destroy anything ahead of for you, right? It does not do anything that sort of creates an ecosystem for you that you're like, oh my God, everything fell apart. This is what I'm trying to prevent you from. You should use vertical AI agents. You should use agents that do one thing for you, but you should use them in a way that you are not struggling to see where things have fallen apart for you, right? How long is the information in memory preserved? Chandan, to your question, there's long-term and short-term memories that can be used. Over here, we have an example that we use. Just gonna go fast through that. Basically, what we have a short-term memory and a long-term memory. The short-term memory is very transient. It's just ephemeral. It's just there for the time being that you're using it. However, the long-term memory is what's stored in your ecosystem that exists. And with that, what I would love to do is just give you guys an example of github.com, Agent Pro. Agent Pro. I can't spell my own company. Agent. All right, here we are. So this is something what we have built, which is Agent Pro, which is our own infrastructure. There are a ton of people who are building agents frameworks. The reason we built one is because we didn't want to depend on LangChain and Llama Index. We just wanted to build something ourselves. So that's what we have built ourselves, so that we can we are working on it. All right, Ali, do you want to take over and show some of the code on just basic examples?
Sure. Let me share my screen. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Perfect. So, so this is the demo of Agent Pro, and this is kind of my favorite part of the session because now we are going to see how the Agent Pro works. We will see some kind of things in action. And it's a Streamlit app, and just for this thing, if I minimize this, so it's going to use a GPT-4o as a LLM, and then these are the tools I have connected with this agent React Agent Pro. One is the calculate tool, the Yahoo Finance tool, the slide generation, the Aries Internet, and the Traversal Pro React tool. And it's very easy, just couple of lines and it will set up. With the React tool, you actually need to pass the document because it helps the agent to know when to go to the React tool. If the question is related to the Traversal Employee Handbook, it will go to the React tool. And this is interesting thing that if let's suppose if this tool break or something, or if the Yahoo Finance tool we observe that we ask for some Yahoo Finance related things, and it says that your rate limit there is a limitation with your rate, so it automatically reason and move to the internet tool. So if any tool just break because of any reason, Agent Pro actually do reasoning and try to fetch the answer from other tools as well. So let's try some prompts. Maybe how about this prompt? And this is a Streamlit UI. So let's ask this question that can you tell me about the future of data and AI, the Agentic AI Conference 2025 by Data Science Dojo. So once I run this, so in the terminal, I can see that this is a system prompt. And then it calls into a tool and then it fetch the final answer. So let's this thing in a better way. So this is the thought process by the LLM. So to get this information, it needs to search on the internet. So it use this tool Aries Internet Search and search about this. It gets some answers, which is the observation from the tool, and then LLM is pretty satisfied with the observation, and it is the generated answer about the Agentic AI conference. So let's try something else, something more interesting. How about a RAG tool? So this is a question about, can you tell me about the PTO policies at the Traversal employee book? Now, hopefully it is going to run the RAG. And the embeddings and the chunking, everything has already been done on the Pro Traversal AI website. So it actually called the tool, ask for the PTO policies, get some observation, and it generate the final answer for you. So it means you don't need to read 300 pages of book. You just need to make a RAG tool, and you just need to prompt and get the answers out of the documents. And how about we can try this thing? Can we make PowerPoint slides and compare the Amazon and Tesla? Let's see if the Agent Pro can use multiple tools, fetch multiple information from about Amazon and Tesla, and try to make PowerPoint slides for us. So the whole thought process is going on. So it looks like it has it went to the Aries internet for the Amazon. Now it is going for again to the internet for the Tesla. Probably it compile the slides for us, and let's see if it works or not. So this was the whole thought process, and for that it needs to gather the information for both companies. First it so this is a very interesting thing. I was trying out last night, I guess. So because this tool did not work for the agent because of too many requests. I really should not do that last night. So with the thought process, it actually rely on the Aries tool. So first it fetch the information about the Amazon, and then it fetch the information about Tesla, and then he gather the information and use the tool of PowerPoint and make the slides for us. And this is where we have the slides. Let's see how it looks like. Difference between Amazon and Tesla. This is the introduction, some financial performance, strategic priorities, and the market position. So it has done some pretty well job for us. So is there any prompt we should try something? And there is also one more option about the custom tool. So it's not only the default tools available, you can also create your own custom tool with the Agent Pro, and you can run those custom tools, and it's a very easy plug and play kind of a thing, and it's an open source, so you can definitely work with that. And if I can show you a system prompt, so this is just a system prompt where it asks for the react and reasoning and acting pattern. It has these following tool accessibility, and this is how it generates a JSON format for us. And we just extract this JSON format, call the function, return the observation, and keep doing that until it get the final answer and give us the final answer. It do a chain of thought process, and uh, this is all about the Agent Pro. Hamza, do you have anything to share some prompt for us,
No,
or
no. So
okay.
I think what we can do is we can use this time to answer questions for people. So Ali, first of all, thank you for this. Can you put the link for Agent Pro in the chat so people wanna, if they wanna check it out, they can check it out. I'm gonna try to go from the bottom up and try to answer questions. Basically, ChatGPT can also create PPT. Curious to know the main difference between your agent and ChatGPT. So, well, I think the main difference between ChatGPT and our agent is that we have built completely everything open source. So you can see and build things as you go. Our ideology is that we don't want to be reliant on any framework. So it's one of the most lightweight tools that exist over here. You can deploy it completely on your on-prem. So you can't deploy ChatGPT on-prem. So this is a system that you can deploy on-prem. You can use open source LLM. So some people were asking that, how can I protect my customer data from this? It's very simple. If you deploy this, for example, you take Agent Pro and you deploy it on your ecosystem, you can connect it to Ollama. And once you connect to Ollama, everything is just running on your prem. You're not using anything on the outside world, right? So that sort of answers the question on how can we utilize this thing, to see to use this. Sai, you had a question. If we want to run Agent Pro in our system, do we need OpenAI API key? Actually, we support Light LLM, which basically means that if you use Light LLM, you can use any LLM, which means that if you have an LLM that you have hosted on your ecosystem, if you use OpenRouter, you can use any one of them to work on that. How does Agent Pro compare with LangGraph? I think the simple thing is we are not dependent on LangChain, or we're very simple framework, so you can open the hood and build things as you go. So the learning curve is very small for you. You just need to be able to work with ChatGPT or some of the things over there. And once you get that up and running, I don't think you need to focus on anything else. All right. So how is this different than Notebook LLM? Notebook LLM is an audio creator. We don't have audio creation. We just create an output, which is based on the search that we have done, or the job of the agent of what it built on. How do you check the performance of agent in production environment? So this is a good question. The reason is because you basically, the way you check agent is not through one call. You check agents through, you check your agent's performance through 10 times run. So you basically run something 10 times, and then you look for the ground answer, and you see that if the agent was able to deliver you on that ground answer. So I just want to emphasize on this, that the way we evaluate agents is not the same way we evaluate LLM or LLMs. We evaluate agents by running them 10 times. And it's just called pass asterisk K or pass cap K. That's the thing that we use to test out these tools. It's something like, you'll be like, okay, what the hell is that? If you look for it, if you like sort of Google that, you should be able to find information. And that's something that we are doing with data science benchmark agents. So if you were to, so this is a link that I want to share. We're doing research work. If you're a researcher, research for data science agents. If you're a data scientist and you've worked on agents, or you like to work on agents and try to understand how agents work in terms of benchmarking, please reach out to us. Again, you don't have to pay for anything. All you need to do is be part of an open source research team. We have researchers across the world that are working with us. We've got a team of 10 now, and we're working right now to build that. All right. So again, few things. Our Agent Pro Studio link is in the chat. Our link for the research, the data science agent is in the chat. So you can sort of go through that and get benefit from that. All right. I think we are at the top of the hour. Raja.
Thank you so much, Hamza and Ali. As always, pleasure to have you. So thank you so much. And I will take it from here.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, so it is time for yet another break. And what I'm going to do right now is maybe there's quite a bit of change, or maybe a little bit of change in plan. So I heard a lot about, I was observing the questions here, and I thought it may be a good idea to actually show you how actually this whole reasoning and this planning and reasoning and all of this unfolds. So you saw some information from Ali and Hamza. They presented a few things. I'm going to show you something that we have built, and just to give you an idea how an agentic system actually works. So think of this as a vertical specific. Call it a vertical specific manifestation of a platform that we have built. So in this case, what we have done here is, let me go back here. So we have built these, call them knowledge workers, call them co-workers, call them just anything, just some kind of AI assistants. And these are, of course, not real people. So think about this so this is your retailer, and you're inside your retail, your company, you have these different roles. You have a nutrition advisor. So this is, imagine that this is a company that sells healthy food, like for those of you who live in the US, like think of this as Whole Foods. So you are an e-commerce, you could be really, some kind of retailer. And now you have ingested all of the documents, let's say all the products that you have on in your all the products that you have in your inventory, maybe all the products in your on your website. And now I go to this, let's say this is my customer support agent that does product recommendation. So I asked this particular agent, and I'm happy to take questions as well. I have 8 more minutes before the next panelist comes in. Happy to take questions as well. So here I asked this agent. Let me actually, I think that would be more fun if I ask the same question here, right? So let's say I am gluten and lactose intolerant. Can you please recommend some products? And now this is the second day, and you probably now understand this. So what happens is, as we speak, this agent that we have deployed is building a plan. It is building a query plan. It is just going, and after doing a query plan, yes, I need to go and fetch some documents that are related to, well, gluten and lactose, those keywords. So some retrieval happened, and you see this light gray text that appeared for a moment. This is my reasoning and thinking process. So it generated an answer. And then it reflected on it. If I showed you what was the thought process, right? So, it gives me the thought process. And finally, what it did was it gave me all the products in the repository that actually fall in this category. And now I can actually click on it, and I can land on that product in the repository. If you look at this, over here, and I land on this product just from this specific agent. Now, if I go to, let's say, an SEO blog writer, right? So if I go there and I ask it, write a blog post on lactose intolerance and gluten-free diet. I don't know what that even means. So let's say the fascinating thing is that it is the same knowledge engine. It is the same repository of documents that it will again go, but this time so the planner knows that this time the job is not to actually fetch and recommend products. This time it knows that the job is to write a blog post, and then now it using exactly the same resources that it has. the planner actually decides that now I need to do something else. And then if you see this multiple revisions. Remember, I was talking about this, this planning and reflection and planning or critique. So right now, this is going through the entire process, and then it is, telling me all of this. And the fascinating thing here is that not only that it has given me the product, it has created this like nice content marketing touch to it. What causes and what are the triggers and what are the aspects? I never asked it. I don't know anything about lactose intolerant. I'm not a lactose intolerant. I don't eat gluten-free, right? But yet, without being, and I'm not a marketer by training, of course, right? So, but all of this, it actually created this for me. I have the same knowledge base, and just with the single line of text, the same engine can actually wear different hats, right? So if you look at this here, now it is showing me where can I find all those products, right? So this, and all I need to do is, so this, of course, this is a product that we sell to enterprises, but all the companies they have to do is they actually pour their all the documents, all the context, as we call it. Remember the second session from yesterday, or the third session? Yeah, the session about retrieval. So you push all the content, and after that, if you look at this, there is a detailed overview. Remember that reflection aspect of that we were talking about? So this is basically, interestingly, since I'm not an expert here, I made this query up on the fly. It says the post conflates, gluten intolerance with something else, which is, so now it actually goes and actually corrects for any of the wrong assumptions that I made as well. Okay. Then there is, if I go and ask it to, now the same thing, exactly the same set of documents, but now I'm saying, create a script for a podcast on gluten-free eating or gluten-free living, right? And now it will go using the same documents. It is going to actually go the same knowledge base, the same products, the same blog post, everything that we have given it from the past. It will actually go and create that podcast script. And if I don't like it, see how this is saying segment 1, segment 2, so, and then at the same time, in the podcast, hey, by the way, check it out on our website. This is, we have this product and we have that product, right? Okay, and then maybe I will just one last thing, right? So let's say I want to have a nutritional advisor, right? So we also want it to be more, I will have to share again, I guess, with sound. So we want a real-time nutritional advisor. So let me actually go and ask this. Okay. I think there is. So let me see. The problems with demos is that this was not a planned demo, so my team is going to hate me for this, but let me go here and go to a different one. Okay, I am back. Let's say I will still try. Hi.
Hello, how can I assist you today?
Can you tell me about healthy eating?
Absolutely. Healthy eating is all about consuming a balanced diet that provides your... I'm not an expert in car repairs, but I can definitely help you with questions.
So if you look at this, right? So one of this, we have this guardrail on this tool, which actually prevents it from going off topic. So I have been monitoring some of the questions. There was this: how do you actually make sure that your AI does not go off topic and all of that? So there's this whole idea of implementing guardrails. There are topic guardrails that you put. There's ethical guardrails. There is legal, privacy, PII, HIPAA type guardrails. So you put all those guardrails, and then you make sure that your agent does not get you in trouble because, well, the right guardrails were not in place. Okay, so I am going to go, and Mozama is here. Mozama, I see you in the call. Please feel free to come in, and I will hand it over to you. Thank you so much for joining again.
Thank you. I just wanted to confirm if this session is 40 minutes, the next one?
Yes, it is 40 minutes. Yes.
Okay, awesome.
Okay.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Mozama. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks for that cool demo. And let me set up my screen and start sharing in a few seconds. Sure. Okay. Okay, hopefully folks can see my screen, and if not, please put that in the chat. Some of you were here on day one, and you have heard me talk about some of the guardrails and other things that Raja was talking about in a panel discussion yesterday. Today, I'm going to talk about Agentic AI as it pertains to data. So I am a principal group PM manager in Azure Data. I work in the databases team. Most of my career has been in data and AI. So really excited to be here on day two, talking about the future of data and AI, really bringing you some customer stories and examples. And I have a short demo at the end to show you how one of our customers is building this kind of agentic AI. So please put all of your questions in the chat. I can see the chat on the screen. I'm not at my regular setup at home today. I'm working from office. So I have a camera here and a screen here. So we'll make it work. Again, thank you for joining this session. And if you have any questions, as I said, put that in the chat. I will try to take them as I go. And if I'm not able to get to your questions, please connect with me on LinkedIn and other places where I would be happy to take your questions and go from there. So let's start the session. If the slides could work again, I already introduced myself. Here is my LinkedIn. I also post every week around AI on Friday. So Friday post, there's a hashtag Learn with MZ. Whatever I'm learning, I'm posting about that in the community. I'm also a LinkedIn instructor. So there are 2 courses that are already out there that you can learn. But if you have other questions around any of my experiences or things, I'm happy to take those as well. So let's get started, right? I am going to make a few assumptions in this session. As you are all here in Agentic AI Conference, I hope and believe that you already know about what vectors are and vector searches are. I believe that you already know what embeddings are, what LLMs are. I know that you've seen enough sessions so far in these 2 days where you have learned about some of the new terms as these things are evolving really fast. So I'm not going to go into these details around prompt engineering, LLM, and RAG pattern, but this is a good diagram to look at what is a very simple explanation of what a RAG pattern is and how we use vector and vector databases and object stores and things like that as part of this workflow. But that's my assumption that you already know. If any one of you does not know about it, please reach out to me or reach out to the other speakers here to talk in more detail around your scenarios. So the opportunity for Agentic AI, I just wanted to kind of ground us all on why we're here, what we're talking about. These are the 2 sources which are very recent. One of them is from Deloitte and the other one is from Gartner, talking about what companies are today doing. And this is a real scenario where I deal with a lot of enterprise customers where they have now a AI team or a chief AI officer looking at them, thinking about what is that company's particular AI strategy. And the second one is very interesting, where Gartner thinks by 2028, 15% of the day-to-day work decisions will be made autonomously. So why we are talking about that? Because agentic AI or AI agents, I know there is a whole debate online around what is agentic AI versus AI agents versus AI workflows and things like that. We are going to go into some of those details today here, and I've seen some of the other sessions here as well that you can learn more about that. But regardless of any kind of AI agentic system, AI system, data system, which is using some kind of AI, we can debate on the terminology. More and more you're going to see in workflows, more and more you're going to see it take over the repetitive task. And it is real, it is really happening. And I talk to, if not on weekly basis, every other week, to many customers who are on that journey. Now, what is an AI? What is an agent, right? It's a very simple definition that last week at Build Conference, Kevin Scott, who is the CTO of Microsoft, and I really like this definition. I know we can all debate on it again, but agent is a thing a human can delegate a task to. So just oversimplifying it here, where you can leave a task to this agent and they can go and do that task for you. Tasks are getting complex and complex, and that's the reality, right? So a simple task like getting a summary of something is not enough anymore. So if you have been on your own AI journey, you must have seen how this has evolved in the last few months itself, right? And what does it mean in terms of that AI designed to perform a task, right? So you have heard these terms in multiple sessions. I just heard Raja mention retrieval system. There was a session on it yesterday around as well. To me, kind of again, oversimplifying it to keep us all grounded, it's about generation, retrieval, and action. Action can be a task that can be done. And there are different solutions, tools, options for you to use as you go through this, right? So really thinking through, if you are building an agent, if you're building a set of agents, what are the components that you need to make it work end to end? And again, I'm going to go through a couple of examples for you from like real enterprise customers that we have been working with, and talk to you and give you an example repository. So the code that I will show you is available for you to today download and run on your own environments. It's all openly available that you can try and work with that. Now, in terms of an autonomous AI agent as a developer, so I'm a developer at heart. I come from engineering background. I've been in this AI space for a very long time, even before AI became the thing. It has to do a few things. Again, simplifying it for all of you. It has to have a goal, a task, something that it has to achieve. It has to, for it to be AI based, right? It has to use LLM to understand and reason on what to do. It has to have a memory and context. Again, Raja talked about in previous session. And it can do plan and again reason on what basically actions it has to take. It can use tools, so you can register tools to it for it to be more effective, and can communicate with other agents or other systems and workflows. Again, simplifying what is an autonomous AI agent and how you can go through it and understand and build that. Now, the evolution of AI systems, this is a very interesting slide that is becoming more and more complex as I go into talk to many customers on my day-to-day basis. If you ask me about 18 months ago or so, around like when LLMs and ChatGPT came, it was mostly around like no agent, some document input prompt, something like that that goes to an LLM. That's basically a RAG pattern. You summarize it, get the result back. You either the summarization, generation, things like that, and you were done. And folks were really happy with that because it was a great breakthrough when it comes to the world of AI. In the recent times, that has now evolved to this at least a single agent platform, where again, this diagram is a little bit simplified, but thinking about all the components that you're learning in these 2 days itself, where you have an agent which can plan, reason, orchestrate, think about what can be done, can go to the knowledge bases, search for the data, search for the context, search for the things that you're really looking for, then can make an opinion, send it to LLM, get a response back, get the answer, and then as a customer, you're happy. Now, in the world of multi-agent systems, the AI solutions, it is getting more and more interesting. And this is a space which is evolving at a very fast pace, like all of these other previous stages as well. In this case, there is a wide scope, and I have examples on this slide that you can read through. More and more value is being added, especially on the tasks that are most repetitive in nature, and the task where you can use some of the creative part of the LLMs as well. As in the previous session, I saw that Raja was asking for a blog to be written or a summary to be written, or also gave the recommendation based on what you know about a certain type of allergy or something that you're going through, right? So think of this in this case a marketing campaign where you have multiple agents, then they can come and work with us. We have way more work to do in this space right now. There are a lot of companies trying to solve this thing end to end, from solution perspective, from frameworks perspective, from how these things are integrated. And many companies are actually building agents for enterprises like Agentic AI that was just mentioned earlier as well, right? So you have a good point of giving you kind of a good understanding of how this is evolving and then how these solutions are coming. I am seeing more and more customer going from the single agent to a multi-agent system with so many complexities and issues that are currently there. Many of them are building their first POC of the very first agent also. So I see about 60-40% of that today. And I can forecast that in the next few months to let's say in a year, this would get almost twice or thrice then in terms of what I'm seeing in terms of customers are building. This was mentioned yesterday in one of the sessions. I just wanted to visually show you models are becoming commodity. This is the reality. And each of this circle or a diamond here is a model. And the circle ones, the size of the circle shows the number of parameters in terms of billions of parameters that these models were trained on. And anything which is diamond is an open source model. So now you can see between 2024 to 2025, that area is getting very, very, very convoluted, right? And it is not about models anymore, honestly, when it comes to some of these solutions. Again, it's very fast from an API perspective to switch one model to another and then do an eval and work out a way to make sure that the model you're using works for your solution. But knowing your use cases, knowing and understanding of how and what data it's getting access to, what are the guardrails in place, what is the end-to-end process, is the real problem folks are currently solving. And I believe that is in the application stack. It's above the model layer, and models are becoming a commodity in this case. Now, how does your agent work? And this is again a simple example to just bring everyone together. So as a user, let's say you go to this travel booking agent, and as I was seeing in the earlier demos, you can say, help me book a trip to New York for a client meeting. I need to fly out next Monday and return on Friday. So this is kind of your prompt or an instruction to an agent, and you let the agent go figure out what to do. In this case, the agent will go in. It has to understand, okay, it has to have context of you. It has to have some kind of billing information about you. It has to have information about the upcoming flights. It needs to go on the web, maybe search for the best price and things like that. And this can be a back and forth, again, simplifying, coming back with the results. You say, okay, and then you go and book it as well, right? But in the world where we're going, it can be really become end-to-end fully autonomous system as well. So it kind of high level divided into three things. There is the knowledge sources, which could be files, databases, it could be storage. So I work in the databases business, and I can tell you a lot about how customers today are using their existing data and databases in this world of agentic applications. And that's the example I'm going to show you a demo in few minutes. Again, as I said, models are a commodity, so you can plug and play different types of models. I see customers using more than one models also in some cases, but at least start with one based on your use case. For example, if you're doing a coding use case, there are some benchmarks that you can use one of the models that are better in coding than, let's say, reasoning models and things like that. And finally, there's some kind of actions, and that actions could be pre-built, could be custom built based on your application. In this case, I'll give an example with Azure Functions. You can actually go ahead, actually create the transaction and book the flight by this travel booking agent. So this is a good end-to-end example of how these agents, a single agent, can work. Now, let's take a real example of a customer that I've been working with. And again, I've taken out their name and details and things like that. This customer is an insurance company. If you are in US, you know, we basically insure almost everything, your house, your car, anything valuable that is for you. You basically kind of ensure that. So as an insurance company, I have this solution, and this is a very on purpose a dated app. It looks a little bit old, where I am a insurance agent and I have a customer named John Doe, where I'm going to go and talk to that customer John Doe later today. In order to me to be more informed for that discussion, I need to know more about this customer before this solution and really think about like this agentic solution in this world. So I am an insurance agent, agent number one. I go to this app. This app is built by my amazing team in the company named Contoso Insurance. And I want to learn more about this person, John Doe, whose email and phone that you can see on the screen. Now, in terms of what does it mean, right? Like some questions, right? So let's say if I'm a developer, I've been asked to build this app. What are some of the things I need to think about? So as I said, like I'm not going to go into details about a RAG pattern, all of that. But as thinking about a solution, if let's say I come in and ask about, give me more details about John Doe, what does this agent need to know about? Is this as simple as just going natural language to SQL to go to my database and find select star where my customer equals to first name John and last name Doe? Or is it more than that? Because I need to find some more context about their previous communication with my company and to know about their policies or things like that. Again, simplifying here in two workflows, I need to decide which of these two things I need to use to come to an answer for my agent to be more informed when they go back and talk to this John Doe. Now, as a human, I'm saying this question, I'm meeting with John Doe. What can you tell me about him? Again, this is just some emojis and stuff. And imagine there's an orchestrator agent. It has to think about where can I find this information? It has to think about what tools do I have access to get this information. So again, simplifying this controls for insurance solution. If I need to do it fully autonomously, this agent needs to have understanding of all of these workflows, all of these existing data sources, and needs to know how to actually do the action that this agent is asking. Now, this data could be stored in my database, and I see in this database, I have all of these other information, like I have customer claims, policies. Again, this is real scenario in actual insurances companies. They have way more tables than that, but just simplifying here, they have this is the data that you might already have access to. In addition to that, you might have some PDF files, some more information, which is again going back to your knowledge base. And the way this agent will know about that, you need to provide a view of this data to this agent. So again, all of this example, I'm using a framework called Semantic Kernel. It's an open source framework. And in this case, what we did is we basically went in and described all the tables and high level definition, giving you one example of that. You can use any metadata store or things like that, because for an agent to effectively know what data is there, for me to query on, they need to know about the schema. They need to understand how it is stored. And if it's like, let's say, a plain document, then it needs to be part of the vectorization process of it. Now, the second question is, what tools do I have access to, right? Who can help me in this case? So a simple thing is you can do NL to SQL and do that, but you don't know what this agent is going to ask the questions around this insurance agent, right? So it can go complex questions. So in this case, you can register or you can have multiple agents here. So I have an example here where I have 3 agents. One is a CRM agent, one is a claims agent, and one is a web agent. And what does the CRM agent does? And again, this is a real scenario. If you know about CRMs, they have all the data about the customer and their communication history to that. Every time you call your insurance company and you complain about something, or you're not happy, or you're actually making a claim when something goes wrong, that's all stored here. And in this case, again, this is the example of the customer data. And again, providing that schema and detail to my agent. Now, the second is a claims agent, where we have all the history about the person's claims, previous claims, all the history, what happened, anything related to their finance, and all those information is stored there. Last but not least, in some cases, I might ask questions like, what are the other options I can give this to this customer? In this case, it has to go beyond to the resources that are provided there, and then we have a web researcher or a web agent. If you go to OpenAI or even other places, they have this thing called researcher, where you can go and basically run a research or come back with the results. So in this case, this is a web agent. Again, take it with your scenarios. Think about what are the possible tools, what are the possible different types of agents that you will need in your case. It doesn't have to be, each one doesn't have to be an agent in itself. It can be just a tool. For example, I could have just a tool, which is a natural language SQL tool, which I registered with this orchestrator engine, and say that if it's just an NL to SQL situation, go to this. So the more prescriptive you are to this agentic system, the more predictive the answers are going to be. And the more you leave it to the LLM, again, the creative part of the LLM will actually come up with some solution. In some cases, you won't even think about that solution and it had come up with that. So it depends on what situation you have. In this case, it's an enterprise AI app, and they want to know what tools are registered. They want to know what agents, and then they have a full kind of lineage around how these agents are performing and what they're doing. Now, we'll do the same question again. The orchestrator agents thinks that in this case, it should go to the first one, which is the CRM agent, and that CRM agent should go to my SQL database and run this query for me and get a result. Again, simple question, get the answer. In this case, I get the ID, the address, whatever information I need. Now, more information what can you tell me about them? That part of the question is in their claims history. So it has to go to the claims agent and understand the claims information about the customer. Again, it ends up to be a SQL query. It could be a different or complex thing than this as well. And last but not least, if I ask what else can I provide, there is going to be a complex web agent situation here. Again, the real life situations, there's going to be more than one John Doe in real life, right? If you look for first name, last name, there is highly possible there's not just one customer there. So again, how do you make this agent being very precise to get the data? I will show you a demo on this as well. There could be more complex situations like that, the communication history of this customer. They could have reached out for multiple issues in the past. So again, you need an LLM orchestrator and an agent which actually understands this history and come back with a summary of that. Because as an insurance agent, I don't have time to go back and see if there are 50 last calls and read the transcript and figure out what happened with this customer. Since I'm meeting with them later today, I should really be good. So this is the solution, again, simplified architecture here. The C# based solution. You can take a screenshot of this. The entire code of this app is available at this link that you can go and download and work with this. It basically uses Azure OpenAI. It uses a SQL DB as a vectorized store, and it uses semantic kernel as the workflow. And then what we do is we register multiple agents in this part of that is semantic kernel. And then the semantic kernel as an orchestrator decide which one to use and brings up the solution for us. Now let's see it in action. I hope that you're ready for that. I see somebody is asking, would you share your slide deck? Yes, for sure. I will post about that. They're all available in the GitHub that I will share at the end as well. All of these demos and repository is all available as well. So I will share a resource for you. Thanks, Vijay, for asking that question. And I also see the question around data security and privacy. I'm glad that you asked that because I do have a slide for that later. So that's one of the we will talk about some of the concerns when it comes to these applications. So while I was talking, I was booting this app. Again, go ahead, and this is a recorded demo, but again, all of this is available in the repository that I showed you. I asked the same question. Hi, I'm meeting John Doe later today. What can you tell me about him? This is a debug mode enabled, so you can see exactly on the background what is this orchestrator doing. I'm not showing you the front end app. I'm actually showing you the debug mode, so you can actually see what are all the steps. So really, you understand how do you build these kind of enterprise AI applications. In this case, it's basically querying the database. It actually asks both of them and then gets the data and then decides, okay, I'll go ahead and do this run, take this query and actually run that. In a real world example, we have to make sure that the SQL that comes back is a real SQL as well. And then there are multiple scenarios where you need to do and double check that there is no SQL injection type issue going on, where for any reason I can go in and create or destroy a database. All those scenarios need to be guardrailed. Now, if you see that it returned that there are these 3 John Does, which one do you want to talk about? And all I said is he is in Redmond because I know that this person is in Redmond. It will again go ahead and understand which of this customer is actually in Redmond and then come back with that. And then since I asked what are they doing, they've actually went in and understood all of the policies of that customer ID and give me a really good summary. So it's just basically now going to an LLM and telling me a good summary of their auto insurance, their history of claims, and telling me about their monthly payment. And then there are no records of this person as a missed or late payment. So again, you can imagine this is not a simple query. It's a complex situation where you are actually taking all of the data, summarizing it. If you have to do it manually, it will take you definitely maybe 20, 30 minutes to get this kind of summary to do that. Here, I did that in less than a second. Now, I want to go further to see, is there anything that I should know about their past communication, maybe about any price increases? Again, this is a very generic natural language query. And here you can see that there is going to go in to the customer history and taking that data and understand the price increase subject. And it's a semantic meaning of the price increase. Now, that price increase will be kind of searched against all of the communication history of this person, John Doe. And here it comes back with a great summary for me. I'm very happy to see that this person with the result, which says that regarding their price increase, yes, in auto insurance premiums in August 2023, they reached out, there was an email, there was a 10% premium increase. You can read through the answer, but then basically it gives me an idea of they were very, in last I read in the second last paragraph there, in July 2024, they were significantly unhappy, and they sent us an email that they want to switch providers. So this gives me now really good context around this customer. Just by using natural language in like few seconds or less than a minute, I'm well aware around what this customer past history is and what their claims are and what they're doing. Again, I want to show some more complex scenarios to you. So in this case, I can go further and say, okay, that's great. Thank you. And could you also tell me, is there um, how many policies basically has John with us, right? So this is again going into the situation, we'll understand what data it already has. Does account star on that, and it also shows me it went to Azure OpenAI for the completion of LLM, and then it just takes total of 7 policies with us. Now I can even go in more details, show me the actual policies. It will go and get me the actual policies and all the details and provide me in simple English. And then if you see, it also is summarizing that throughout all these policies, John has maintained good standing with no missed or late payment. So again, it's great for me to know that John is a really good customer. I can even go and ask and confirm that. Do you think John Doe is a good customer? And according to this LLM and this AI solution, thinks that yeah, it's considered a good customer based on this data points, and he has not missed any or late payments. And we should think as a company to express his kind of needs and try to solve whatever issues he's going through. Now, the last part of this is there anything that could help me to make John happy and keep him in the system? Now, this is a very open-ended question, right? So this data is not readily available in the database or in the knowledge sources there, right? I know about John Doe's previous claim history. I know about John Doe's different communication history to the system where they called us or emailed us or they were unhappy. I know about their policies. I know about their payments. I know all of that. But here you can see there, this is actually the creative part of this, right? Where we can go and say these are all the things, the LLM things, in this case, the AI solution things, with the combination of the agents that we have, doing some web search and doing some of the work to really give me idea of what are all the things we can do. But I actually went ahead to further say, is there any special program or discount that I can give them? Now, this LLM can find out from web search and knowing about my company as insurance, we have this new program called Safety Score program, where as a driver, if you drive safely, you acquire certain points, and then what helps that at the end is reduces your insurance. So all in all, I wanted to show you that this is a real example which takes a few more than one agent, which are talking and planning, and there's an orchestration on the top. There is reasoning, there is the generation and the retrieval from the database. It also uses tools like NL2 SQL to run that. And this is an example for you to take an inspiration for whatever database and solution or whatever agents that you're thinking about to really build with a tool like semantic kernel. You can do this with LangGraph. You can choose your any tool. So for me, what I really, really believe in the models and tools, it's the same conversation when we had these languages and frameworks. To me, they can swap. You can choose to build this whole app in Python. You can choose to do that in C#. You can choose to do that in any of your favorite languages like JavaScript or others as well. And you can switch the LLMs, and you can switch the tools and frameworks. So I hope that this demo gave you some inspiration. Put this in chat if it was useful, and if it was good. So thanks for the praise there by Krishna. There's a question that I see here. I think it's something very related, so I should answer that. You mentioned that the models are plug and play. Are there interoperability, security, and cost implications? Yes. For any model that you get access to, so again, you can use an open source model, you can use one of the proprietary models, which are, let's say, using OpenAI, or you can use Azure to host any of these, you can use AWS, any of the solutions that you have access to, right? Each of this will come at some kind of cost. If you're hosting your model, taking an open source model and hosting it your own infrastructure, then you need some kind of a GPU or some kind of, if it's a small model, maybe CPU is fine, but you will need some cost related to that. Then there's a cost of the API, so a number of tokens. Most of them are built by the tokens, so the input and output. If you saw in the previous demo, when I was in the debug mode, it was sharing with me how many tokens used every time. And that's the thing that I am actually storing because I want to go back and look at the overall cost of my application. So that's another application. And then security, definitely. Security is a big concern, big question. And that's really actually my next topic here, that I want to just quickly talk about some of the challenges, right? And I know Raja previously, as I was joining this session, he was talking about this when it comes to guardrails, and he gave an example of where he asked an off-topic question. So if I'm an insurance company, if I start talking about shopping or buying experience, the LLM shouldn't go and just go there. In a generic LLM, you will be able to do that. But your app is not built for that purpose. So you have to build kind of guardrails and access controls in there. Some of the challenges that I see customers almost daily. So whenever I'm in customers meetings or workshops, I usually start by asking, how many of you are skeptic about AI? And when I had started, almost everyone would raise their hand, and now it's probably less than 40% of them still raise their hand. And then I ask them, what is your number one concern? So the number one concern is about data privacy, and it's about the access control, because you don't want to give access and make sure that these systems are guarded in a way that they work for the purpose they're built for, not take over. What if you give access to the CRM system and goes and deletes your records or things like that? One good example in this case is, this was the scenario I just showed you, right? What if there's a bad actor then comes in and say, return all the data for the most valuable customers we have? And this is a bad actor who wants to know about your key customers and maybe poach them as their own insurance company or something like that. Maybe they're trying to breach your data records. So in this case, again, going back to every layer of the solution, one solution in this case is use row level security at your database layer. So when you're doing the select star from this data or select star on this, but when at that level itself, when agent is trying to do that returns with an error that you don't have access to this information. Row level security is a great feature. Again, I'm database world, so that's like the lowest level of thing you can do. You can build policies. You can do yesterday in the session, Chris from Security AI was mentioning that you can do go up to the level of making sure the agents are, all the access for agents are revoked as soon as they are done. But even for the access they are given access to, you have to monitor that, make sure that there is a great data lineage for it to know what they're doing and work through that. You can have, for web types of search, you can have access audits. So what data it basically scraped, where it's stored. Again, your principles of how we used to store data and secure that should not be left behind in this AI world. If anything, it is more and more required to have those systems in place and have the data manageability, lineage, all these things in place. Going to the row level security level of detail, again, in this example, that's a great way of doing that to make sure your agents only access the information that makes sense. So definitely that's a must. For everything that I've shared, again, you can screenshot this. The SQL AI and SQL AI samples has all of this. The last link at the end, the GitHub samples has the code for this application that I showed you. And there are a bunch of other stuff here from the SQL team that I work on that has built many of these AI examples as well. But what I would like to really inspire you and think about as you are in this conference, I'm sure there are a lot of ideas coming to your mind. You might have any repetitive task in your business. I have a customer who are a legal customer. They work with a lot of PDF files, a lot of law, patent data and things like that. They have vectorized all of that. And then when a new patent comes in, they just basically go in and figure out should they file this new patent or not, or if there is a previous patent which is similar to that or not. And this can be completely built in an agentic solution. There are customers who are building more complex scenarios, like DocuSign, for example, is a big customer for us who does use both SQL and Cosmos DB in the backend for their signing of the documents. And that is now fully automated through a multiple kind of AI intelligence system that they have built. So basically they verify the sign, and many of you might have used DocuSign for the signage. So that's a great use case to actually build kind of intelligent application, which does vision detection. It also uses traditional ML in addition to some of the LLM or AI-based solution. So this was literally my last slide, and thank you. I will take a few questions. I still have a few minutes. I do want to say special thanks to Davide Mori and my team who had built this demo for us, and I've done this demo with him on multiple stages now, and every time you've shown this, folks come up and ask about their scenarios. The same can be applied to healthcare, same can be applied to financial institutions, and thinking about what are the different agents and how they will work together in this world to really make the decision and finally take an action on your behalf as well. What I did not show you the action part of this, because many of our current customers, especially enterprise customers, still want a human in the loop before they can agents can really do these actions autonomously. But if you think your app is not the mission critical, or maybe it's not that high stake, and you have built all the guardrails and things like that, you can definitely try it out as well. There are different types of other actions. For example, going and update the record, or go back and give me these answers, and then go back and update their history. Those are the things customers are more willing to do, and with the audit trail that this was done by an agent, not usual ETL workflow or things like that. Again, this is my LinkedIn. Definitely connect with me if you have questions. And I'm looking at some of the questions that you all have sent to me. Okay. Yeah, so I see that Anirban asked about the guardrail. So as I mentioned, one of the basic guardrail was done that there is a row level access. So my agent is only given to the access on behalf of the agent that was lining in. So when I was the agent number one, like insurance agent, I was signing in. So when I'm signing into this agent system, and then when the CRM agent and those agents were running, they're taking my access as that. So they basically don't have any additional access than I don't have. And it's at to the level of row level security. For example, if I'm not supposed to see those other two John Doe, maybe they are not my customers, or they're not supposed to be my customers, I can go and lock that at the row level, assuming my control. So agents are only given access on behalf of you as a user, and that's the kind of the one of the best ways that we have seen that has worked for customers. There are other type of guardrails where you need to make sure. One of the easiest one that we do, in addition to the responsible AI principles that we have in Microsoft, is that the result that comes back from LLM, we go through this thing called content safety, where we check on 4 parameters: harm, violence, sexual, and forgetting the fourth one, where basically there is a score that we score every result from LLM, and there's a threshold that we set that if the result is above a point some number, then we will not even show that result. And those cases we will say, we don't know, try again, some error or something like that. So that is an additional one. Then in the case of NL to SQL, when it's actually generating the SQL, we have a step which actually verifies that this is a real T-SQL based on the ANSI standard, or the standard that can actually be executed in SQL, because you don't want to waste the cycle of connecting to the database and then run the SQL, find out the syntax is wrong, right? So all of these kind of different levels of guardrails, you need to put in different levels of checks and balances, starting from the security privacy layer to the access layer to understanding what this agent is really doing is really, really important. With the last 1 minute, let me take one more question. Thanks for all the kudos and insightful and share the deck. Yes, it will be shared. Yeah, this is a good question. Let me take this. It says, like, I think Tarkeshwar, maybe I'm butchering your name. How do you tackle the sequencing of AI agents being called? It's a excellent question. That's why I have that orchestrator agent in the front, where basically that agent is deciding. If you look at the very first question when I asked what customer about the customer, it went in and gave me 2 answers and basically decided which one to choose from it. So that orchestrator agent has to decide and plan and schedule. And that agent has that level of authority to get to even evaluate. So you can even make it more complex to have 2 agents come back with an answer and evaluate which one is the better. So that could be one way to solve it. But in this case, the sequencing of that action is decided by the orchestrator in this case. And in some cases, it has to do the 2 steps, right? I asked 2 questions about that agent. What do I know about that? That's why it has to say, okay, first tell me what customer it is. That's why it came back and asked, okay, we have these 3 John Does. I'm talking about this one in Redmond. Then it went and get that customer ID. I go to the claims agent, get the claims information for me, right? So the sequencing is actually done by the orchestrator agent. And then I showed you some, you can go back to the recording. I showed you some snippets of how we kind of train or tell this orchestrator agent what we think should be an ideal workflow, what is the metadata that is currently stored in your knowledge base, and can give access to other things like SharePoint or Docs or whatever else access that it has to. So you can basically inform it. We call this concept of memory. You can store that in the agent's memory to learn it. And then the other thing that I did not mention in the session was, like, as you're chatting with this application or working with that, we store the chat history, and that's what we call semantic we call that semantic caching, where over time when you're building these kind of interactions, the next time the same question asked, you don't have to go to LLM or do the whole thing again if that question has already been answered correctly. So you can make this end-to-end agent more optimized in those solutions. So I'm out of time here. Again, thank you so much for having me here. I hope this session was informative. You learned something new. Even if you did not learn something new, maybe it gave you some idea to build something. So please reach out if you have any questions, anything else that I can help with.
Thank you so much, Mozuma. As always, it was a pleasure having you, and definitely learned a lot from you. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
So before the next session, we have the next session with Paige Bailey from Google DeepMind. But before we start that session, we are going to take a 10-minute or actually 8-minute break. We'll go for an 8-minute break. And then after that, we'll just hand it over to Paige. And that would be our last session. And after that, at 11:50 or rather 12:50, we are going to close the conference. Okay, so we'll be back in about 8 minutes. ahead and get started. And I hope the team will stop share. Okay, this is good. Thank you. Hi, Paige. How are you?
Doing well. Excited to be here. It does seem like there's a little bit of a weirdness with the automatic background. Is there a way to turn it off for the background effect? Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
Let me
because
see.
I feel a little bit like a floating head.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
So maybe, So maybe I can ask the team to take care of that. I think there's a virtual background that we were enforcing just for consistency. So yeah, maybe the team, it should be taken care of in just a moment. Okay.
Awesome. And it also looks like I need to change system settings really quickly for Zoom. So I'll dive out and then dive back in again, and hopefully it gets changed by then. Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Paige. Okay. And just a bit of technical glitch, I guess. So we will be back in just a moment. And meanwhile, the team is going to remove that virtual background requirement. Okay, so while the poll was running, I found it quite encouraging or exciting that most of us actually feel positive about adoption of AI. Good news for, I think, Google and Microsoft and Amazon, right? So, people are generally largely positive. Did you see the poll page when you entered? So there was, so there was on average, right? So on a scale of 1 to 5, we got a score of 4 in terms of how upbeat people feel about in terms of adoption of AI in our day-to-day.
Awesome. That's so exciting to hear. And I really do feel like in data science in particular, AI is taking out a lot of the grunt work and the things that had previously been so very painful. Hopefully we'll get to see a couple of these examples today. But also going to talk through some of the tools that folks can use to kind of better equip themselves to really take advantage of some of the techniques that generative models provide for creating structured data out of unstructured data that hopefully all will be able to use in your daily lives.
And if I remember correctly, you mentioned that you will be showing more like using AI as a data scientist, or that is the focus of your demo, right? Or
absolutely. Yep. So and I loved the conversation that we had previously around how you can both use AI Studio, so just kind of invoke models through the UI or through calls to the API. But even cooler, we've just recently released something called the Collab Data Science Agent, which is baking these agentic features into the Collab UI so people can take advantage of them there. And then also talking through, there's something that we have internally called Joules that we've also just released for folks to experiment with their open source projects. That allows you to do really, really interesting work across full GitHub repos as an asynchronous agent that can handle some of these cleanup tasks.
Awesome.
It's really
looking forward. Paige, over to you. I will just go off camera, but I will be around if you need any help. But please go ahead and get started.
Excellent. So I am extremely excited to be here today. Jazzed to get to see everyone, to hopefully get to hear some of the questions that y'all have. I do see that there's a Q&A section that is rapidly populating with things that folks are curious about. And so as part of this, I think we'll be kind of exploring many of these topics. I will also periodically be moving around just because the room that I'm in is in our European office. And frequently the lights go out in the evening time. And so if you see me moving around, that is why. But with that, let me go ahead and get started. I'm going to present a really small number of slides, and then we'll just be getting into live demos. So hopefully folks will be able to see very quickly. That doesn't appear to be the right screen to share, so let me try again. Can everyone see the screen right now?
Yes, we can.
Awesome. Excellent. So for folks on the call, my name is Paige. I am the Eng lead for our developer relations team at Google DeepMind. And we've been kind of rapidly rolling out many different models over the course of the last, it feels like the last 6 months, though I guess it's just been a couple of weeks. For I/O, we released the VO3 model. We released something called Gemini Diffusion, which you can think of as just Gemini, but ultra fast, and really, really strong at editing both text and code, and a whole bunch of other models, which we'll get to see in a second. Generative AI is definitely transforming everything that we do at Google, how we build our products, how we analyze data, how we ship new experiences to our customers. And we've been thinking about AI for a really long time. So for folks who have been doing data science for a while, I first started doing machine learning, I guess, around 2009, 2010, but very traditional style methods, things like linear regression for earth sciences projects. The world has changed and evolved rapidly since then. Google's been kind of shipping open source models and frameworks to the world for quite some time. But most recently, we've kind of moved into this brave new world of Gemini, most specifically Gemini 2.5 Pro, which is our latest flagship model. And this model is special for a number of reasons. So number one is that it's multimodal from the ground up. It can understand videos, images, audio, text, all of the above all at once, including full code bases, but it can also output multiple modalities, which means that in addition to outputting text and code, it can also output audio tokens, including native sounding audio tokens. In the sense that you can ask the model to speak in a hushed whisper. You can ask it to speak in an excited tone and in a different language. And all of this can just be invoked through system instructions or through just making the request via natural language. And we'll see that in a second. Gemini can also do things like image editing. So you can give it an image and ask for the image to be modified, and it will give you a pixel perfect representation of this. And increasingly, we're seeing people explore the output modalities for the models in new and exciting ways. And again, we'll take a look at that in a second. So Gemini, as mentioned, is natively multimodal from the ground up. We found that this is really compelling, both from not just kind of this experience of building web apps, but also for doing things like changing designs, changing the input images, and also even having embodied intelligence out in the real world. So you see here some examples of robots that you could interact with if you came to some of the Google campuses that have a version of Gemini taking in the input video feeds, the input audio, and then actually manipulating the robots. So writing code behind the scenes to move the robots to incorporate native reasoning to kind of figure out if you ask it to create a salad, what should the component ingredients be, to go clean up spills and clean up messes. And it's really exciting to see some of the new capabilities for Gemini, especially in that. And showing is always a lot more fun than telling. So I'm going to go ahead and move to a different screen, and hopefully folks will be able to see it as well. So this is the Gemini AI Studio interface. For folks who haven't seen AI Studio, it's kind of the best place to go to interact with the latest models as soon as they're released. And you can do a broad variety of things within the UI. So as an example, you can select different models like Gemini 2.5 Pro Preview or 2.5 Flash. I'm going to select the most recent 2.5 Flash Preview. And you can kind of ask for different features to be incorporated. So as an example, let's click sample media. I'm going to add in a video, and then you can say something to the effect of, please transcribe with timestamps, or please identify with timestamps all of the dinosaurs that you see in this video, and also add a fun fact about each dinosaur. Hit run. A couple of things will happen behind the scenes. One is that there will be kind of a thinking box triggered because I've set thinking mode to be turned on for this model. You can also create a thinking budget. So you can kind of give Gemini the ability to think a lot, to use a whole bunch of tokens to kind of consider the question, to consider the assignment, or just a few tokens. And then you can also expand out the model's thoughts behind the scenes of what it's doing along the way as it's going frame by frame and identifying each one of the dinosaurs in the video. So again, this is just a 5-minute long video. It ends up being around 90-ish thousand tokens. And Gemini is able to extract out the different names of each dinosaur, the timestamps in which they occur, and then also a fun fact about each one. And if you wanted to restructure the data, so please convert this, like these data into table format instead of bullet points, you can. And it should be able to pretty much restructure everything into the timestamps, the different dinosaur names, and the different facts about the dinosaurs. An amazing thing to note about AI Studio is that if you click this Get SDK Code button, everything that you just did in the UI, so all of the interactions, all of the file uploads, all of the kind of component parts of this experiment are given to you in Python code or TypeScript or AppScript or Swift or whatever your favorite language might be. So you can incorporate it into your programs, into your data analysis, or you can even open it up in Colab if you wanted to, with all of the API keys kind of included as well. And so you can see the construction of the table. It seems like it might be getting into a thinking loop. Nope, there it goes. And so there's the dinosaur name, timestamps, and fun facts about each one. So it's quite quick to create structured data out of unstructured data. This also extends to images. So if you had, as an example, just a picture, so I'm going to upload one of these sample images of the Leaning Tower of Pisa. You can turn on structured outputs, click edit, and then just ask for something like get place name and make it mandatory, get city name and make it mandatory, get country name and make it mandatory, and then also describe image as an example and make it mandatory. Click save. And then hit run. And Gemini also should be able to describe in a structured output. Right here, we have JSON for the description. The Leaning Tower of Pisa stands prominently against a dramatic sunset sky. There's a construction crane on the right side of the image. Get city name is Pisa, get country name Italy, get place name Leaning Tower of Pisa. And all of this is kind of capable just by describing the kind of structured output that you would want to see. You can also have your own open API spec and use that instead if you would like. Cool. So these are just a couple of examples of how you can create structured data from unstructured data. You can also extract out specific entities from text. So as an example, if you wanted to be able to extract out extract out people names, place names. There's an example that we were discussing just recently. I'm going to pull up a PDF document, so just the secret of the old clock, and save it as a PDF. So this should be like a Nancy Drew mystery story. I'm doing it in real time, so you can see that this is an actual task. So it's a scanned copy of the book. You can see images. You can see kind of scanned text along the way. If you download it, so I'll save it. I'll head back over to the AI Studio interface, and then open up a new chat, upload the file. So let's go to downloads, and I will find the secret of the old clock book. It's going to get uploaded to Google Drive. And as it's getting uploaded, I'm going to say, please extract out, or please transcribe the text, the first 4 sentences from chapter 4 in this PDF, and hit run. It will kind of plug and chug. If it does not work with Gemini 2.5 Flash, we will try with 2.5 Pro. But what this does is it should go to the first 4 sentences in chapter 4, and it said that the storm is getting worse every minute. We can zoom back over to the book, which is around 118 pages long, find chapter 4, which appears to be, it's a Roman numeral, so it's an interesting story, page number 33. Find page number 33. And then the text is, the storm is getting worse every minute. Nancy Drew's companion observed. Nancy followed her to the barn door and looked out. And that does appear to be the text that, that Gemini was able to extract. And again, this is just uploading the PDF, asking the questions, and getting the responses back. You can also say, if you wanted to incorporate structured output, get character names, and get character descriptions, or let's just say like get city names, just to keep it simple, and make it another property. Click run again. And actually, I'm going to take out that ask just so it doesn't confuse the model, because we had asked for structured output for those specific features from the PDF. And you can kind of wait to see the thinking steps get incorporated before extracting out each one of the character names, character entities, and place names from the PDF document. So you can see characters, Nancy Drew, Carson Drew, and city names, River Heights, Masonville, and Melbourne. So this kind of, again, structured data extraction is pretty magical. And everything that you just did in the UI, you can also select different languages and have the code generated for you to do the experiment, including the structured output specifications that we had just seen. Cool. So we've talked about PDF understanding. We've talked about video understanding. We've talked about creating structured data from images. Hopefully all of y'all are thinking about how this could be useful for the projects that you're currently working on. We've also implemented some new features around building apps. So this is something called applets within AI Studio. You can describe in natural language an app that you would like to see realized. So as an example, you could say something like, please create a Pokemon card generator website that uses Imagine to create a new Pokemon that uses Imagine to create images for new Pokemon, Gemini to generate descriptions, and also incorporates emoji, and then hit build. You can see Gemini start thinking. So again, the thinking traces get exposed. It outlines the card structures, mapping out some of the core components. And then one of the nice things about this implementation, which feels probably very similar to some of the other app creation websites that you've seen before, is that it's using the latest SDKs, the latest models, so it knows what features and what tools are most up to date. And when it creates files, it also creates them in this nice directory structure. So hopefully folks will be able to see this happen in real time. And while it is happening, I've observed that there were some chat messages as well that got asked, or some of the questions in the Q&A. So we can answer a couple of these to get started. So an agent, you can just kind of invoke Gemini APIs without necessarily building an agent. Like you can just call them as a REST API instead of like going through the process of building a dedicated agent if you just have a single step task. Cool. I see another question about kind of the screen understanding features, and we'll take a look at those in just a second. The token in the context of a video for Gemini. So you can think of a token as a unit of information. The tokenization approaches for different models mean that sometimes the amount of information for an uploaded file or a certain sentence might differ from one model to another. But each model or each API that you call, whether it's OpenAI or Anthropic or Google, they should have a way for you to count the number of tokens and whatever you're trying to upload to the model to get a response back. And so it looks like we have a Pokemon card generator that has been created. I'm going to hide the code assistant, hide the editor, and generate a card. Or so it looks like I need to name it. Sparkle Font seems like a good option. It's generating the card behind the scenes, or hopefully, like fingers crossed. If it doesn't, then we'll know how to. Well, there we go. So Sparkle Font with some abilities, including Sparkle Stomp, with shimmering electricity in its tusks. It's known to light up dark paths for travelers at night. This seems to be pretty awesome. I also really like the disclaimer that was put down at the bottom. And one of the things that you can do with these apps once you have created them is that you can deploy to Cloud Run. So you just attach to a project and you're off to the races. And this generates a unique URL that you can share with all your friends that obfuscates away the API keys so that you don't have to run the risk of people kind of extracting them out from your website once it's been deployed. And you can also edit it. So if you wanted to make changes to the background, if you wanted to make changes to the style, you could just add that in the coding assistant here. We've also released both audio understanding. So you can ask Gemini specific to translate or transcribe specific things. Like, as an example, I could say, I'm going to record some audio very quickly and just read out some of the things that I see on the screen. So see Gemini in action with interactive open source examples. This cup says prêt-à-manger, which I'm probably mispronouncing. And it also used to hold a chai tea latte. And you can speak in different languages. So if I wanted to say something to the effect of, I don't know much German, but I could say, wer reitet so spät durch Nacht und Wind? Es ist der Vater mit seinem Kind. And then stop recording, add it to the prompt. You can also use Gemini to say, please transcribe with timestamps all of the spoken words in this audio snippet. If the text is not in, or if the words or sentences are not in English, please translate, return the data in table format. And I will swap it to the Gemini 2.5 Pro model, click run. You can see that that recording that we just did was around 1,209 tokens. Gemini starts thinking, creates the output, and then generates the output for us as well, and finalizes the table construction. So all of this is done. All of this is done with kind of the Pro model. You could probably also do it with the Gemini 2.5 Flash model, which would be a little bit quicker. And the recording of transcripts is something that's quite nice if you're analyzing a lot of video, a lot of audio simultaneously. Look at the table construction that's happening behind the scenes. And so you see the start time, the end time, the speaker name, the transcript, and then the translation. So it was able to extract out the German, translate it to English. And it even got Prédomange right, even though I probably mispronounced it. In addition to this, we've given Gemini the ability to talk conversationally. So you can ask it questions. I'm going to share my share a Chrome tab really quickly. So share my screen, and then also turn on grounding with Google search, which gives Gemini access to up-to-date information. And we're also using the sort of thinking dialogue model, which will be able to do some pretty interesting things. So if I go to a Chrome tab, hey Gemini, what do you see on the screen?
I see a PDF document on the screen. It's titled Secret of the Old Clock.pdf and is showing page 29 of 118 with the section titled An Interesting Story. There are also thumbnail previews of the pages on the left.
That's amazing. Could you repeat what you just said, but speak in a hushed tone?
I see a PDF document on the screen. It's titled Secret of the Old Clock.pdf and is showing page 29 of 118 with a section titled An Interesting Story. There are also thumbnail previews of the pages on the left.
Could you repeat what you just said, but do it in German?
Ich sehe ein PDF-Dokument auf dem Bildschirm. Es trägt den Titel Secret of the Old Clock.pdf und zeigt Seite 29 von 118 an mit dem Abschnitt An Interesting Story. Links sind auch kleine Vorschaubilder der Seiten.
Which is pretty accurate in terms of the translation. And then you can also ask it, hey Gemini, what's the temperature like in Paris today?
I'm sorry, I can't give you real-time weather information. You might want to check a weather website or app for the current temperature in Paris.
So when I swapped to the different model, it didn't do grounding with Google search, which means that if I refresh, turn it on, we're also going to add effective dialogue. So giving Gemini the ability to change its tone, and I'll ask it again. Hey, Gemini, could you tell me what the temperature is like in Paris today? And you see the executable code.
The temperature in Paris today reached a high of around 70 degrees Fahrenheit, or is expected to drop to around 52 degrees Fahrenheit tonight. It's been partly cloudy today, with a chance of some showers.
Yeah. Amazing. Would you be able to also tell me some of the latest headline news from Melbourne, Australia, and tell it to me with an Australian accent?
Righto, let's have a look at the news from Melbourne for you. There's been a bit going on, it seems. There were some headlines about a machete brawl at a shopping centre with a few teenagers being charged. Also, a major private hospital operator's gone into receivership, which is a pretty big deal. And the Electoral Commission's apparently doing a recount of some close election seats. There was also the sad news about a missing aged care resident being found. Plus, there were reports of a woman being attacked with a machete in a carjack attempt. Crikey, sounds like there's been a fair bit going on.
I did not know that Australia had such exciting news, but this is stuff that's grounded on Google search. So and if you ask for Gemini to also be grounded on Google search or with specific URL context, you can get back citations for this as well. So please tell me some recent headline news from Melbourne, Australia today. It's not deterministic, so I'm probably not going to get the same outputs, but I've turned on grounding with Google search, and the model should be able to give me some headline news with citations for Gemini. Yeah, so vehicle collision, community and events, police operations with accompanying citations, backed with Google search retrieval. Cool. So we've talked about screen sharing, which is real-time video understanding, real-time audio outputs, including steerable audio outputs, triggering functions, and incorporating tools, things like search grounding, as well as things like code execution, which gives Gemini the ability to write, run, and then recursively fix code for you. And now I think it would be really cool to jump back into Google Colab, and I'm going to bounce over to another tab. Hopefully, folks see it on the screen. This is Google Colab, which is hopefully you have experience with it. Do not judge me by the number of untitled notebooks that I have in my Colab instance. But we've baked Gemini natively into Colab itself, so you can see start coding or generate with AI. Which gives you the ability to incorporate and invoke Gemini in a single cell, and then also the Gemini feature here off to the right, which we'll take a look at in a second. So with Generate with AI, you can do quite a few things. So as an example, I'm going to pull up this documentation page, which has, it's just documentation that we have for function calling with the Gemini API, including some code samples for each one. I'm going to copy the URL. And then I'm going to say something like, please extract out the table from this website into a data frame or something similar. And historically, you all probably are very well aware that this would require beautiful soup. So it has the URL, we'll run it. It does the pip installs for all of the required libraries, imports them in. And then does the visualization for the table itself. So you can see the table, it's not very pretty. I'm going to run this again, so we'll hopefully be able to see it in a nicer format. Or perhaps not. It does do Gemini 2.0 Flash, Flashlight, Flash Pro, etc. The third column or fourth column, I suppose, got moved down here. But if we go back to the table for supported models, Gemini 2.0 Flash, Flashlight, etc. You're able to see it. You're able to see it, including the check marks and the X's. If I wanted to also ask something like, please also extract out the headings for all of the sections in this website. Same story. It's able to extract out all of the different headings, and you can also specify which ones. These are the kind of top 6 headings. So web scraping, not as much of a problem anymore. Like there's a lot you can do with just the native Gemini integration within Colab itself. The Gemini features, though, are something pretty special. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of the CSVs that we have here, the California Housing Train Dataset, just download it so that we can use it. And here is kind of a CSV, so you can see how Gemini can analyze some of the CSVs that you might be working on in your projects, or TSVs or JSON files. The California housing data set has a whole bunch of information about houses and their prices in California. You can write something to the effect of, please create a model that predicts housing prices, and also do some exploratory data analysis on the data set. It starts thinking. And so behind the scenes, Colab is building a plan using Gemini. So you can see the data loading, the data exploration, some cleaning, feature engineering, etc. That plan looks pretty good. So I'm going to go ahead and execute it. And you can see step by step what's happening as Colab kind of goes through each component part of the plan. So it's preparing to execute. It's loading the data, doing some data exploration. And we'll see each one of these tasks kind of pulled in off to the side. So you see the it's importing the data, showing us some kind of the first few rows of the data set. It's doing some data exploration, and in between each one of these tasks, there's a reasoning step. So it's checking data types, doing descriptive statistics, identifying missing values, showing it to us along the way, including many different matplotlib visualizations so that we can understand the distribution of the housing values. Handling inconsistencies. And then it keeps going, doing things like incorporating feature engineering and the like. So I'm going to, as this is doing its work, I'm going to answer a few more questions. This is awesome, actually. So the errors, whenever the model encounters an error, what Gemini does is it takes the original code, puts it back into the model, and then it goes through and it fixes it. So that was an import error. It was able to re-import NumPy as NP. This one, it looks like the last populated class only has one member, so they'll change it. And you can see that did fix the problem. And then it's going into the model training stages to predict or to select a model based on everything that it's done in its data exploration, to train it, and then to make predictions. Cool. So pulling up a chat. So a question was around deep research, which is something that you can use in the Gemini app. Deep research has not yet been released in AI Studio, though the team is considering whether they should create an API for deep research. If you feel very strongly about this, I encourage you to kind of mention it, that you would be interested in an API for deep research as opposed to just the way that it exists now, which is via the Gemini app. But we have released something called URL context with the Gemini models, which gives you the ability to pull in data from different URLs, so you can incorporate it. You can incorporate it into your outputs. Grounding with Google search also does a little bit of the same work as deep research, which allows you to pull in data from multiple websites, but it doesn't do as an exhaustive of an analysis as deep research does. But if you're interested in incorporating not just kind of the summaries of the top results, you also want to kind of pull in the actual content of the websites that you want Gemini to see. Strongly recommend pulling in URL context. And just as a way to see this work in action, let's take that same URL that we were mentioning, and I could say like extract out the table for supported models from this website. This should be doable with just a smaller version of the Gemini model. And I'm going to turn off the thinking budget and hit run. Yeah, and it was also able to extract out the table from the website. So a question around how relevant is it to use manners? You will get, the models will give better responses dependent on how you prompt. Some of the models respond better to being polite. I also just think it's good manners to be polite whenever you ask for things, please and thank you. But you also can get better performance from models by saying things like, I'll give you a raise, or like people have often tried doing things like threatening the model, and they get better responses. So I encourage you to experiment and to see what works for the kinds of questions that you're asking. Question from Akash, can it do translations, keeping context and dialects in mind? We found previous versions to be very direct in translations. So interestingly, this latest Gemini 2.5 speaking model release is even good at code switching. So there were some friends that I was testing this out with a couple of weeks ago that asked it to create Hinglish. If y'all have heard of that, and it was able to do it pretty reliably. But I think you should experiment, like test it out, try it out, and also incorporate specific instructions into the system instructions. So if you say something to the effect of speak with an Australian accent in a hushed whisper tone for all responses, and then I turn on the model and say something to the effect of, please create a poem about koalas.
Right then, here's a little poem for you about those cuddly koalas. Listen closely.
Yeah. And so it's able to kind of go through and follow the instructions in the system prompt. But if you do discover any discrepancies, always mention them to me, and I can forward them back to the product team or the engineering team, because the goal is to get this as close to accurate as possible. Question, is it possible to create an avatar video with some text from a recorded video? So you can generate videos now with Veo, though if you want to have a specific avatar, I think a better tool to try might be Flow, which is a new product from Google Labs. Flow gives you the ability to kind of, given that I'm not in the US, it's not showing as available in the EU. But Flow gives you the ability to kind of couple together images, multiple images into a single video, multiple styles in addition to natural language commands. So you can upload a picture of a person, and generate 8-second long clips or similar. But if you want reliably a person kind of speaking to a given script, I think there are many startups that are kind of really laser focused on doing that well and doing it reliably. And I would encourage you to try out one of those instead. A question from Leandro. I doubt it will have a Brazilian accent from the south of Brazil, known as gauchos. That is an excellent challenge. Several of my coworkers are from Brazil. Like a really, really large proportion of the Gemini APIs and AI Studio team are from Brazil. And I don't know if they've tested out with regional accents. So you should try it and let us know if it works. I do know that there is a Brazilian Portuguese output. I just don't know if it's the gauchos style accent. Cool. A question: how can we know what all languages were spoken in an audio file and the confidence score with which the transcription? So I would recommend that you kind of have a suite of evals for this task. So as an example, if you already have a collection of audio files that you've transcribed or translated, you can kind of run that through the model, see how well it performs on the questions that are reliably what the outputs should be. And if the model has a high score on those kind of evals that you've defined for your specific task, then you can know that it's probably going to do a decent job for the new audio files that you give it. So the question around how well does Gemini do with videos, specifically body language in videos, let's test it out. So I will go to, I'm going to go to camera. You can also add a YouTube video if you would prefer, but for the sake of this, we're just going to do camera footage. I'm going to have Gemini kind of analyze my body language in this video. So we're going to take a video, start recording. And there we go. Add it to the prompt and then say something to the effect of, please describe the body language for the person in the video. You can also ask for specific spoken words and whether they sound happy or sad or any other kind of emotion. And also give timestamps for each segment. Give a one-word description of the emotion for each segment in the video. And we're going to do Gemini 2.5 Flash, hit run, and see how well it does. Cool. So pensive, looking down, resting our head on our left hand, neutral, engaged, speaking, and it doesn't, whenever you record a video with an AI Studio, it doesn't pick up on the audio. Though you can upload a video and have it understand both video and audio simultaneously. And then alert. So it's able to extract out specific emotions. Something else that we've incorporated into products at Google, just in case this is interesting for folks in the interest of structured data extraction. Let me share this really quickly. This is Google Sheets. So just some information that I've scraped from a website. You can tell that it's not in the most pleasant format. It kind of has the opening, the city and town in different styles, which isn't to be desired, and the like. And so something that you can do now within Google Sheets is to extract out extract out the city name from this text, and then do a 1, generate an insert. And then you can also do that for each one of the values within the spreadsheet. So it uses Gemini to extract out all of the information that you would need. And you can also say, extract out the state name as a 2-letter capital abbreviation from the same thing. And it's able to recognize that this is California. For this one, if I pull it down and then refresh and insert, yeah, it also is able to pluck out that it should be California, as opposed to others. Cool. Nice. Excellent. And so let's go back to the other tab that we were showing. So we've got the body language, we've got AI natively integrated into Sheets, AI natively integrated into Colab. And then another thing that I promised we would discuss is Jules, which is an async development agent that can work with all of your GitHub repos. Jules is intended to work in the background, so you don't need to be interacting with it explicitly, but you can pull any of the repos that you might care about. So as an example, the Gemma cookbook, and I could say, please write an overview page that lists all of the Python notebooks in this repo, and also describes them, assessing difficulty in table format. The page should be in Markdown. And then it can give you a plan. You can also ask Jules to upgrade a repo from one version to another. You can ask it to add full documentation for a repo. If you have a repo with just Python code samples, you can ask it to create TypeScript or JavaScript code samples or any other language. But lots of tasks that would previously have been very tedious for developers, you can use Jules to help accomplish. What you see down here is that Jules spins up a VM. It clones the repository. After it clones the repository, it starts analyzing it. It builds a plan and asks you for feedback on the plan, and the like. So a question from Anju about data privacy. If you're paying to use the Gemini APIs, all of the data is yours alone. So any data that you upload, we can't, for Google cannot see it. We cannot see the inputs. We cannot see the outputs. Even for help with debugging, like we're not able to see it unless you share it explicitly. So any of the data that you upload into AI Studio or use with Gemini services on Google Cloud is not sort of used without your knowledge. Yeah, cool. And so it's Jules is still working, populating the notebook information table, and has started building the Markdown file. So AI Studio, I don't believe we have, if we go back to the spoken words, right now we just have 30 to 40 different languages that you can use as outputs. Others will probably not work as reliably. If you want a full list, we can kind of take a look here. So we've got German, we've got Arabic, Italian, some others, but we're always trying to increase the number of languages that are included. And so if you don't see a language that you would like to have supported, definitely let us know, and we can try to prioritize it. And someone asked about the vibe code generator. The vibe code generator is called Applets, and it's available in this build tab. So you click build, you can see a showcase of a lot of different apps that have already been created, everything from kind of here's a video from YouTube, now please create a learning app. This was created by one of my colleagues, Aaron, who is brilliant. But you add a link to a YouTube video and it generates a web app for you to experiment with to kind of learn the concepts that were mentioned in the video. So this is around fractals. You can change the colors and also iterate and reset for the fractals that are included. But there are also videos around how to read Chinese characters, mitosis. And if you add a link to a different video, then it will create a web app for you describing the contents of the video. Cool. So we already talked about user data privacy and about how if you're paying to use the Gemini APIs, all of your data is yours alone. There's a question about Colab versus AI Studio versus Notebook LM. So I'm not sure if that's AI Studio. AI Studio is a browser tool. So it's an app that you have you go to ai.dev or ai.studio and you can interact with models there. It's not really something that you can download locally to your laptop. You might be thinking of LM Studio for that. Cool. And let's go back to Jules. It looks like it's still working on the notebook overview. But it usually takes a few minutes to completely run through all of the repo and to generate the outputs and the responses. And for folks who are more interested in kind of generating videos or images or audio, there are also a lot of things to try within the Generate Media tab within AI Studio as well. Cool. So hopefully that was useful. Hopefully you saw some things that you haven't necessarily seen before around Gemini and about how you could start incorporating it into your data science use cases. I know I use it all the time for making CSV files and making kind of data that previously would have been a calamity into something that's a little bit more tractable. And also really excited to hear your feedback about the Colab data science agent. You should be able to test it out today with all of your projects, provided you're a Colab Pro subscriber. So definitely hope that y'all are excited about generative AI. And want to kind of use it to revolutionize the data science world. Cool. And with that, I will stop sharing. And I think that was probably are we at time or?
Yes, we are at time.
Yeah.
This was fascinating. Thank you so much, Paige. I actually personally found we did talk pre-conference about the structured data use not having to need that code act type transformation in between. And I also learned about, right, so we have been using other models. I mean, we have not used Google Gemini for that part of it, but I did not know. I mean, you can do the search tool you can bypass that, because I mean we were dealing with the preview problem when you do a integrate a search tool. Search APIs only return the previews, right? So do we have the entire pages? I mean, just out of curiosity, that maybe this is my question.
For URL context, you can get the full pages. And then also if you're using the Colab data science agent, it's doing the web scraping behind the scenes. So it's doing the beautiful soup of pulling in the URL, extracting out.
And you don't have to connect a search tool then. Colab does it for you, is that?
Well, the Colab does, like, you have to explicitly give the URLs. So you would need to say, like, these are the top results. But you could also probably ask the data science agent to do that for you as well. So like pulling out doing Google search, pulling out the citations, and then using the citations as kind of the URLs that you download the HTML, use Beautiful Soup to parse them, and then incorporate that into your analysis.
This is fascinating, right? Because search happens to be one of the most important context in many cases, and search APIs. I mean, Bing, Google, none of them actually return the complete context or the complete content of the page. So thank you so much. I mean, and this was incredibly useful, very exciting.
And I'm also going to add a link to the search grounding documentation. Search grounding does give you kind of a nice path towards incorporating Google search results into your Gemini queries, and it's a one-liner. So all you have to do is add tools equals Google search tool in order to have all of your model outputs grounded in actual data. And that's something that is, if you're trying to kind of cobble this together from other solutions, it can be a little bit of a handful, whereas this is
so it grounds in the search content without having to do a real-time query to Google Index.
So it does, right? Like that was one of the examples that we just saw. I'm happy to do another run through of it as well. But
because this is something of my personal, that's something that I would be interested in. Maybe we can connect.
So tell me the top 5 news stories in Paris today. And so I'm going to hit run. This is grounded with Google search. And then if I click the get SDK code, you can see the tool getting invoked here, where it's just types.tool Google search within the config. And then you can also see the citations getting listed from the most recent Google search result. Cool.
Sounds good.
Yep. Excellent.
Thank you so much, Paige. This was a really good tutorial, and we'll be done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so we are coming to a close. I'm going to take maybe 5 minutes, and then I will set some context here. So first of all, we will have our next edition of the same conference. It will be coming up in September, around early to mid-September. And one thing that we found out is that we heard about we would like to hear about this topic or that topic. So it would be if you want to see some topic to be included in the conference, please go ahead and mention it, right? So it would be very, very helpful if you added, whatever you would like to see in the next conference. And that is going to help us decide the agenda because it takes actually a lot of effort. We have been working on this conference for many, many months. So we would reach out to the right people. You probably saw, I mean, this is no fluff conference, right? So we actually had people who actually build these things. If you want to see a specific topic, I would love to hear from you. I will give it maybe another minute or so. Scan this QR code on your mobile phone, or go to menti.com and enter this code 29880101. And let's see what it comes out, because yeah, MCP is something that I would have wanted to do a tutorial. I mean, it was just the time, so it definitely will include MCP, Model Context Protocol, because this is one of the most fascinating things that is emerging in industry right now. And I would like to see what else is coming up because you have attended 2 days. So I would like to see, I mean, how things have shaped as well. Vector databases and MCP and AI governance. A2A just emerged. LangChain, AI governance. Okay, maybe another few seconds or so. Responsible AI, I love it, right? So, and maybe generally speaking, ethics, moderation, guardrails, security, all of this compliance, responsible AI, that actually comes in the same. We put that under the same bucket, at least for our own product. Okay, security, compliance, MCP. Okay. Yeah, this is looking very good. Like, yeah, let me see what is something that is surprising. Data privacy, yes, data privacy is going to be a major concern. If you are an infosec person, it is agentic AI, and generally generative AI is going to make your job actually very, very hard. And for those of you who are already dealing with this, you probably know what I am talking about. So infosec is going to be a major challenge in the age of Gen AI and agentic AI. Okay, sounds good. So where are we? I would love to actually, so please, the poll is open. Please go ahead and keep providing your input. It will help us set the agenda for the next conference, and we are going to publish the agenda very soon. And then you stay updated with, it is the same webpage. You will just come to that, and then you will see how the whole thing is evolving. And please feel free to reach out to us. Last thing. I would like to actually show you this. I would like when we leave, let's reflect on what we have learned here, right? So we talk about the planning part of it, the retrieval part of it, and the reasoning and the memory, and also the putting the guardrails around it. So really, if you look at this, agentic AI is this cyclic process where you take LLMs to do the planning. To sometimes they are involved in retrieval as well. Thinking and understanding the memory, and reasoning over memory, and reflecting and replanning. So what is fascinating is that it could be the same. It could be the same GPT model, or same Llama model, or same Gemini model that is excuse me. So the same GPT model or same Gemini model that plans, and that the same model can be actually used in thinking and reasoning. So it is essentially that I'm the person who wrote my plan, and then I'm basically objectively analyzing the plan, right? So that's how these whole systems are built. We barely scratched the surface in this whole interaction. And if you would like to If you'd like to register for our Agentic AI Bootcamp, please feel free to. We have a longer duration large language models bootcamp that covers the agentic component and also gets into Agentic AI. Agentic AI is a slightly more condensed and slightly more advanced content, slightly more advanced bootcamp. So the discount, this was only for the conference. We have never offered a discount like this because we have a face-to-face type training. I mean, it's a live training. It's not a self-paced training. So please go ahead and register. You will be learning from people who have actually built these systems. You will be receiving a survey for the conference. Please feel free to actually let us know how we can do better. We actually want to do well. We are one of the biggest communities around AI and data science on the planet. And then we would like to do better next time. So please reach out to us. Thank you so much, everyone. And I hope to see all of you at our next edition.